In a moment or two, Star, with his snow-flecked bulk practically filling the tent, stood beside us. The captain opened the book. It was in German, one of Peter Mann's publications, the best we had on New Siberia and the Lena Delta. Star, aside from his Russian, could also read German, and as he translated, DeLong, Chip, and I followed on the chart, putting down Peter Mann's data on the islands, and especially on the Lena Delta, where near Cape Barkin were marked winter huts and settlements, a signal station similar to a lighthouse, and the indication that there we could get native pilots to take us up the Lena. At this time the captain warned me that should we be separated, Cape Barkin was to be our rendezvous. At that point the delta formed a right-angled corner. To the westward from Cape Barkin, the coast ran due west, but at the cape itself, the coast turned and ran sharply south for over 100 miles, while through both the northern and the eastern faces of this corner-like delta, the Lena discharged in many branches to the sea. But Cape Barkin at this corner we must make there between the pilots and the settlements shown by Peter Mann, our voyage would end and our troubles would be over. The remainder of our journey home would merely be a tedious and probably a slow trip on reindeer sledges southward from the Siberian coast inland 1500 miles to Irkutsk, then a long jaunt westward by post coaches to Moscow, and so back to America. The captain marked it all out, made 2 copies of his chart, one for me and one for Chip, and then dismissing Star, told us, "There are your charts with the courses laid out to Cape Barkin. As I informed you in my written order at Bennett Island, Melville, if unfortunately we are separated, you will continue until you make the mouth of the Lena River, and without delay ascend the Lena to a Russian settlement from which you can be forwarded with your party to a place of safety and easy access. Try to reach some settlement large enough to feed and shelter your men before thinking about waiting for me. And the same for you, Chip. That's all, gentlemen. Be ready to start the instant the ice breaks." He drew out his pipe, ending the discussion. We took our charts and departed, leaving the skipper trying to light off a pipeful of damp tea leaves. On August 29, after 10 days of fuming in idleness during which time our pack drifted first westward and then southward, the weather cleared a bit and we found ourselves between Fadjevsky and New Siberia Islands, and closer to Fadjevsky, the western one of the pair. At noon, Dunbar, scouting on the pack, reported a lead half a mile away. Immediately we broke camp, and carrying our provisions on our backs while we carefully skidded our boats along on their keels, we dragged across that half-mile of floe to the water and launched our boats, thankful even for the chance the remainder of the afternoon to fight our way through swirling ice cakes to the southward. The drift in that lead was rapid, the broken ice there was violently tumbling and eddying, and as we swept down the bleak coast 5 miles off Fadjevsky Island unsheltered from the intense cold, with oars and boathooks savagely fending off those heaving floes on all sides of us to keep our frail boats from being crushed, it was like making passage through the very gates of hell. For 2 horrible days we worked along the coast fighting off impending death in that swirling maelstrom of ice, when with the pack thinning somewhat, we managed at last to work our way to land on the southerly end of Fadjevsky, 3 weeks underway since leaving Bennett Island, and humbly grateful to find ourselves disembarking still alive. We stayed one night on a mossy slope trying to thaw our frozen feet by tramping on something other than ice, and as Dunbar expressively put it, sanding our hoofs. They needed it. The most pleased member of our party was Snoozer, now our sole remaining dog, who joyously tore round chasing lemmings, while we sought for real game which we didn't find. And that night was served out our last ration of lime juice which so heroically salvaged by Star from the sinking Jeanette, had shielded us from scurvy for 2.5 months on our tramp over the ice. But we saw the last drops of that unsavory medicine disappear without regret and without foreboding for the future, for now we were nearing the open sea and our voyage was nearing its end. Next morning we shoved off from the south end of Fatjevski, only to discover despondently that we had embarked on a 12 days odyssey through the new Siberian archipelago before which our previous sufferings seemed nothing. We had not wholly lost the ice, instead we had only added to our previous perils some new ones: vast hidden shoals, bitter freezing weather, long nights of sitting motionless and cramped in our open boats, while the Arctic winds mercilessly pierced our unshielded bodies, and the hourly dread of drowning in a gale. It was 70 miles over the sea to Kotelnoy, the next island westward in the group. To get there, instead of being able to sail directly west, we found we had to stand far to the southward of Fatjevski to clear a shoal, getting out of sight of land. When night caught us far out in the open sea, we discovered even there shoals with less than 2 feet of water, over which a heavy surf was breaking badly. Standing off into deeper water, we beat all night into the wind to save ourselves from destruction, for we had no anchors in our boats. Wet, miserable, frozen by spray coming over, we stayed in the boats, so crowded we could not move our freezing legs. At dawn we stood on again westward, with streaming ice bobbing all about us, traveling before a fresh breeze all day. In the late afternoon, having lost sight of Chip and the second cutter, his boat being unable to keep up, we finally spotted a floe sizable enough to camp on. DeLong signaled me to stop, we promptly secured to it and waited for Chip to catch up, meanwhile for the first time in 36 hours stretching our wet forms out in our sleeping bags on the ice, while a gale blew up, snow fell, and the sea got very rough, which gave us grave concern over our missing boat. By daylight there was so much pack ice surrounding our 2 boats, it seemed unbelievable we had arrived there by water, and our anxiety for Chip increased. We lay all day icebound, all night, and all next day, occasionally sighting the mountains on Kotelnoy Island, perhaps 10 miles to the westward. And then Chip and the second cutter finally showed up, coasting the north side of our floe, half a mile away across the pack, and soon Chip and Kuhn, walking across the ice, were with us. They had had a terrible time the night we lost them. Long before they sighted any floes, the gale caught them, and over the stern where Chip and Dunbar sat steering, icy seas tumbled so badly that all hands bailing hardly kept the boat afloat till they finally found a drifting floe. When at last he steered in under the lee of the ice, but one man, Star, was still able to jump from the boat and hold her in with the painter, while the others, badly frozen, could barely crawl out over the gunwale. He himself and Dunbar in the stern sheets found themselves so cramped from sitting at the tiller that they could not even crawl and had to be lifted by Star from the boat. To warm up his men, Chip had served out immediately 2 ounces of brandy each, but Dunbar was so far gone that he promptly threw his up and fainted. The second day, under way again, he had kept westward for 30 miles before sighting us in the late afternoon, and there he was, with his crew badly knocked out, in the open water on the edge of the pack surrounding us completely. To get underway next morning, there was nothing for it but to move our 2 boats over the ice to where Chip's was, and with no sledges, we faced that portage over bad ice with deep trepidation. 5 men, headed by Nindman, went ahead with our solitary pickaxe and some carpenter's chisels to level a road. We carried all our clothes and knapsacks on our backs, but DeLong dared not take the pemmican cans from the boats, for so scanty was our food supply getting that the chance of any man stumbling and losing a can of pemmican down a crack in the ice was a major tragedy not to be risked. So food and all, the boats had to be skidded on their keels over the ice, leaving long strips of oak peeled off the keels by the sharp floe edges as we dragged along. As carefully as we could, all hands at a time on one boat, we lightered them along that half-mile, and when after 7 fearful hours of labor we got them into the water, it was with unmitigated joy we saw they still floated. We made a hasty meal of cold pemmican, and all hands embarked. De Long, last off to board his cutter, was bracing himself on the floe edge to climb aboard, when the ice gave way beneath him, and he went overboard, disappearing completely beneath the surface. Fortunately, Ericsson in the cockpit got a grip on him while he was still totally submerged, for he might not ever have risen except under the widespread pack, and hauled him, completely soaked to the skin, in over the stern. Without delay, except to wipe the water from his eyes, the captain signaled us to make sail. We fought again fog, ice, and shoals for 6 hours more to cover the last 10 miles to Kotelnoy, and when night finally caught us, all we knew was that we were on a sand bank where we gladly pitched camp, in total ignorance of whether we had made the island itself or an offshore bank, and caring less so long as we could stop. We found some driftwood on the bank, made a fire, and soon, most of all the captain still in his soaked clothes, we were trying to warm ourselves around it. So ended September 4th. The next 2 days we tried to struggle west along the south coast of Kotelnoy, largest island of the archipelago, but a blinding snowstorm and ice closing in held us to our sand spit. Going inshore, some of the men found the long deserted huts of the fossil ivory hunters, and even a few elephant tusks, but not a trace of game, and our supply of pemmican kept on shrinking. Signs of physical breakdown were becoming plain enough in our company. Our rations were slender and unsatisfying. Long hours on end of sitting cramped and soaked in wet clothes and icy water, often unable in the overcrowded boats even to stretch a leg to relieve it, no chance in the boats to stretch out and sleep at all, and the mental strain of working those small boats in tumbling seas and through tossing ice, were beginning to tell. On the pack at least, each night we could camp and stretch ourselves in our bags to rest after each day of toil, now except when bailing, we were compelled to endure the cold motionless. Captain De Long's feet were giving way. Swollen with cold and with toes broken out with chilblains, he could barely move about, and then only in great pain. Dunbar looked older than ever, fainted frequently, and the doctor said his heart showed a weakness that might carry him off under any strain. De Long admonished the ice pilot to give up all work and take things easy, but even merely sitting up in the boat was a strain which could not be avoided. To keep him braced up, the doctor gave him a flask of brandy with orders to use it regularly. Danenhauer's eyes continued the same poor, but with one eye at least partly usable when the sun did not shine, which fortunately for Dan in all that fog and snow was most of the time. But Dan continued to pester the doctor to put him off the sick list, driving Ambler nearly wild that he should be nagged to consider such an unethical request. Others too began to complain, Ericsson of his feet, Cole of a general dullness in his head. As for all the rest of us, gaunt and underfed, with seamed and cracked faces, untrimmed whiskers, haggard eyes, shivering bodies, and raw and bleeding hands and feet, against a really well man we would have stood out as objects of horror, but there being none such amongst us, our appearance excited no special comment among ourselves. Our third day on Kotelnoy, we managed to work a few miles to the westward along the coast, rowing and dragging our boats along the sand, making perhaps 13 miles inshore of the ice pack which we could not penetrate to the sea beyond. But on September 7th, before an early morning northeast breeze with the temperature well below freezing, the pack opened up and we sailed away through drifting ice streaming before the wind, for Stilbovoy Island, 65 miles southwest. By noon, I concluded that somehow I must have stove in the bottom of my boat, for we were making water faster than it could be bailed and the boat started to sink. Signaling the others, I hastily ran alongside a nearby floe, where my crew had a lively time getting the whaleboat up on the ice before she went from under us. Capsizing her to learn the damage, I was much relieved to find we had only knocked the plug up out of the drain hole. We found the plug beneath the overturned boat, tried it again in the hole, and found it projected through an inch. Evidently bumping on some ice beneath the bilge had knocked it out, so I sawed off the projection to prevent a recurrence, righted and floated my boat again. Meanwhile, being on the ice, we all had dinner and shoved off again. With a fair breeze, we stood southwest for Stilbovoy Island, 50 miles off now. The breeze freshened and we made good progress, too good indeed for Chip and the second cutter, as both DeLong and I had to double reef our sails to avoid completely losing Chip astern again. The sea increased somewhat, the boats rolled badly, and we had to bail continuously, but as we were getting along toward the Lena, that didn't worry us, nor did the fact that being poor sailors, Collins, Newcomb, and Assam became deathly seasick again. We kept on through the night, delayed a bit from midnight until dawn by streaming ice we couldn't see and cold, wet, and wretched as usual. Several times during the night we were nearly smashed by being hurled by surf against unseen floes. Once, under oars, I had to tow the captain's boat clear of a lee shore of ice from which he couldn't claw off, to save him from destruction. But after daybreak, we could see better our dangers and avoid them in time, so that we stood on all day till 4 in the afternoon, when, having been underway 33 hours in extreme danger and discomfort, the captain signaled to haul out and camp on a solitary floe nearby. Long before this, we should have hit Stilbovoy, but a shift in the wind had apparently carried us by it to the north. After a cold night on this floe, at 4 in the morning on September 9 we were again underway through rain and snow. By afternoon we were picking a path through an immense field of drifting floes which luckily we penetrated and got through to the southwest, when sighting a low island to the westward, evidently Semenovsky, the last island of the new Siberian archipelago between us and the Lena, we abandoned all idea of searching to the southward for Stilbovoy, which we had never sighted, and headed west instead for Semenovsky. As luck would have it, the wind, of which we had too much the day before to suit some members of our party, now died away completely and out went our oars. Through a calm sea we rowed the lumbering boats for 6 hours, warming up the oarsmen at any rate, though horribly chafing their frozen hands. Then, a fog setting in at 10 p.m., and it being impossible to see the other boats, the captain sang out through the night to haul out on the ice, where by candlelight we ate our pemmican. Next day, September 10th, still rowing through the fog, we made Semenovsky by noon, and after a passage of 110 miles from Kotelnoy, we beached our boats and camped for a much-needed rest. We were all of us stiff, frozen, and sore, but Dunbar especially was quite feeble and looked indeed to be on his last legs. Semenovsky, a tiny island, was to be our last stop before crossing 90 miles of open ocean to Cape Barkin on the Lena Delta, with little chance on that leg of meeting any floes large enough to haul out on for shelter in case the sea kicked up. So while a few men went out with rifles to look for game, we turned to in a final effort to make our boats more seaworthy for this last ocean leg, our experiences so far in rough water strongly indicating the need for improvement. On my whale boat, I took the canvas boat cover, and by nailing it firmly to both bows and securing it tightly around the mast, I decked over my bow, forming a sort of canvas forecastle. The rest of the boat cover, from the mast aft to the stern, I split in half lengthwise, giving me 2 long strips of canvas which I nailed fore and aft to the sides. Then, making a set of small stanchions which were lashed to the gunwale on each side as supports, I had both starboard and port a flexible canvas weather cloth 18 inches high which the men on the windward side could hold up with their backs against the fixed stanchions, in effect raising our rail 18 inches above the gunwale on either or both sides, but allowing us to drop the weather screens instantly should it become necessary to get out the oars. Cole and Bartlett did this work on my whale boat. Nindman on the first cutter, and Sweetman on the second cutter, fitted them out in a generally similar manner. While this was going on, our hunters, accompanied by a dozen others as beaters, spread across the narrow island and started to sweep it from north to south. They soon started up a doe and its fawn, which fled in fright, but before long a rifle shot knocked down the doe which, quickly tossed over a small cliff onto the beach, was brought in a boat to our camp. Needless to say, all else was suspended, driftwood gathered, and at 4 o'clock, though it was long before our supper hour, we turned to on a pound of venison steak apiece, which I have little doubt surprised our astonished stomachs, as, accompanied by hot tea, it went down our throats instead of the usual pemmican. That held us until 8 p.m., when we had our regular supper, slightly delayed, consisting of somewhat more than a pound each this time of roast deer, which cleaned up the deer completely except for her bones. Out of these we intended to make soup next day, all except one meaty bone which went to the overjoyed snoozer. And with that, we felt well fed for the first time since Gortz provided us with bear steaks a month and a half before off Bennett Island, bear steaks so far removed from us now in point of time and suffering between, that it seemed almost in a previous incarnation we must have enjoyed that bear. During our second supper, it blew up half a gale and started to snow, so the captain announced that since the next day was Sunday, instead of getting underway, we would rest on Semenovsky, finish our boat work, and if we could, get that fawn, shoving off Monday for the Lena. I thought this suited all hands, but apparently it didn't, for I heard Collins grumbling to Bartlett, losing over a day for the sake of a feed of meat. I looked at the sullen Collins curiously. Whatever the captain did or didn't do was wrong with him. Yet he had downed his feed of meat as voraciously as anybody, but perhaps since he expected to taste it again when he heaved it up after we got into the tossing boats, another feed didn't mean as much to him as to a sailor. Sunday, as on every Sunday without exception which we had passed whether on the pack or in the boats since the Jeanette went down, after mustering the crew and reading them the articles of war, DeLong held divine service in his tent, attended as usual only by Chip, Ambler, Dunbar, Danenhauer, and myself. Solemnly we listened, seamen about to embark in frail shells for a long and dangerous voyage across the open Arctic Sea, as DeLong reverently read the service, and never were we more sincere in our lives than when at the end our rough voices, mingling with the freezing gale howling outside, rose in the final fervent plea, "Oh, hear us when we cry to thee for those in peril on the sea." Chapter XXXI. At 7:30 on the morning of Monday, September 12, 1881, 92 days since the loss of the Jeanette, we shoved off from Semenovsky Island for Cape Barkin on the Lena Delta, 96 miles away to the southwest of us. The Jeanette's company was disposed as follows: First Cutter, Second Cutter, Whaleboat, Lieutenant Commander DeLong, Lieutenant Chip, Chief Engineer Melville, Surgeon Ambler, Mr. Dunbar, Lieutenant Danenhauer, Mr. Collins, Sweetman, Mr. Newcomb, Lee, Warren, Cole, Nindman, Johnson, Bartlett, Norros, Star, Leach, Erickson, Kuhn, Wilson, Koch, Charvel, Manson, Gortz. 8. Lauterbach, Dressler, Anigan, Boyd, Tong, Singh, Iverson. 11. Alexei Assam. 14. There was a fresh east wind blowing, the temperature was just below freezing, and it appeared that we were in for a wintry passage. The island behind us as we drew off was a mass of white snow standing out from the dull grey sea. White caps were running everywhere. As we had anticipated, there was little floating ice in sight. For the first hour, we made good progress, shielded somewhat by Vasilovsky Island to windward, this latter being a small island a little to the southeast of Semenovsky. By 9:30 a.m., however, we had cleared Vasilovsky and received the full force of the sea, careening to it as the boats sped along with the taut sheet singing and our dipping lug sails drawing full. For 2 hours we sailed on thus, the first cutter leading, my whaleboat next, and Chip in the second cutter following me, all the boats tossing considerably. At noon, we found ourselves running again through a moderately open drifting pack, which since we had expected to encounter no ice south of Semenovsky, disturbed us exceedingly. But accepting what fate sent us, we seized the opportunity, hauled in alongside a floe, and disembarked for dinner cold pemmican and hot tea boiled over alcohol stoves. I now had 5 days' short rations left in my boat, but this worried me little as Chip and I, stretching our legs on the ice for a few minutes before re-embarking, discussed our prospects. We were both very hopeful, with the wind holding as it was from the east. We should make the last 80 miles to Cape Barkin and the Lena Delta with only one night at sea spent in our boats, and then goodbye forever to hardship and to pemmican. By the way, brother, I asked, looking into Chip's wan face, so thin now that the resemblance which he once bore to General Grant had completely vanished, unless perhaps Grant also looked like that during his Richmond campaign after the Wilderness. Have you taken aboard yet that can of pemmican DeLong is carrying for you? That's your total food supply from now on, you know. No, the skipper's still got it, answered Chip. But I'm not bothering, I'll get it from him in the morning if we still need it, which I doubt. Don't worry, old fellow, and jokingly he slapped me on the back. I never expect to have to eat that damned pemmican again. Well, good luck and mind your sailing then, mate. I shook Chip's hand warmly. We'll stay reefed down so you can keep up with us. With a wave, I left him. Chip was far and away the best seaman of us all, no need to worry over him. I hastened back to my own boat, filled up all our pots with freshly fallen snow to be used for drinking water on our voyage, and in a few minutes, we all shoved off and were underway again, DeLong's last admonition to both of us being to keep formation astern of him and hold our little squadron together. The wind continually freshened and soon hauled to the northeast, dead astern of us. This made the sailing more hazardous, for we now were constantly exposed to the danger of jibing our sails, but for some hours more, we bounced along over rough seas, on the whole grateful for the occasional drifting floes we encountered because they tended to break the waves. I managed to maneuver safely amongst these floating menaces until 4 o'clock, when following the first cutter through a narrow passage between two floes, a wave hurled my whaleboat to leeward, staving in our starboard side against sharp ice, and I hurriedly had to haul the boat out on the floe to keep from losing her. In 15 minutes, while the other boats lay to in the lee of that ice, I had her repaired by tacking a box cover over the whole, and overboard again, we filled away to the southwest in regular formation. That, though I soon had cause to regret it, was the last of the ice pack we ever saw. In the open Arctic finally, we ran on, the breeze freshening all the time from the northeast and the sea picking up. Before long, Chip began to drop steadily astern, since both DeLong's cutter and my whaleboat were far better sailors than his short cutter. To avoid losing him, we had to reef sail, first taking one reef, and soon a second, after which both the leading boats ran close reefed while Chip, with his sail full out, barely managed to hold position in column in my wake. Jack Cole, who was my coxswain, had been steering since morning. Jack, put in my boat by DeLong because he had been such an excellent small boat sailor, was, however, now a severe disappointment to me. For some days he had been dull and apathetic, seeming hardly to know what was going on in the boat. The weather we were facing required prompt and vigorous action at the helm, so with some reluctance I relieved Cole of the tiller, replacing him with Seaman Leach, and detailing Manson and Wilson, good sailors both, to take the tricks following, intending to relieve Leach in 4 hours. As the late afternoon faded, the wind whipped up to gale force. Spray came in over our stern, soaking all of us through and through, while the freezing wind chilled us to the bone. Wet and miserable, buoyed only by the thought that before that gale we should certainly make the Lena and safety by morning, we struggled to hold position, my whaleboat pitching and rolling badly, while ahead and astern of us, we could see the other boats heaving even more crazily in the seas, a sight which did little to encourage us. To keep from jibing, running free as we were, I was forced to station a man with a boat hook to hold out the sail, and not daring to trust anyone else with the job, I manned the sheet myself, hour after hour clinging to that freezing manila line. Heavy spray began to break over our stern, and we started bailing. But despite close reefs and frequently dousing sail to deaden headway, we began to run ahead of the first cutter, which, heavily laden as that square-sterned boat was with the records of the expedition, its stores and more men than any other, proved a slower sailer than my double-ended whale-boat. Vainly I tried to hold astern of the first cutter, but each time I doused sail, the racing seas combing over our stern came heavily aboard, forcing us to bail vigorously to avoid water-logging. By 7 o'clock in the fading twilight, with the wind blowing a lively gale and the sea, already bad, rapidly getting worse, I found my little boat, in spite of all my efforts, 1,000 yards out on the weather bow of the first cutter and steadily gaining on her. At this moment, Manson sang out, "Chief, I tank dat cutter ban," making signals to us. Looking astern across the waves, I saw it along waving to me, apparently to come within hail. We were already close-reefed, and there was no way to achieve this except by dousing sail again and drifting while he caught up, so I stationed several men to gather in the foot of the sail. She was rigged with a single mast and a dipping lug sail, while the yard came down. We partly doused sail and slackened speed, but as we did so, a sea caught us and boarded our stern, flooding us all to our hips in icy water. The men holding the foot of the sail, startled at the fear of swamping, promptly let go, and we had for a moment the chaos of a flooded boat erratically heaving in the seas, a flapping sail threatening to take the stick out of her, and every man bailing wildly with any utensil at hand that would hold water. We finally got her cleared and the sail hoisted to get some headway and hold us before the seas, when we tried again. Once more we were flooded, but while some bailed, the men at the sail, strongly admonished to hang on no matter what happened, clung to it this time, and we managed to drift almost within hail of De Long. I could see him shouting to me from his cockpit, but whatever he said, I, being to windward of him, was lost in the roar of the gale. Just then another sea rolled up and coomed over both boats, nearly filling mine. Instantly I jumped to my feet and bellowed down the wind to him, "I can't hold back, Captain. It's either run or swamp." Perhaps he heard me. I have a strong voice and I had the wind behind me to carry my words along. At any rate, he could see the situation, and with another shout, also smothered in the wind, he waved energetically, motioning me on. I needed no more. Promptly loosing sail, we filled away, still bailing our waterlogged craft, while I waved to him in acknowledgement. De Long turned in his tossing cockpit, and I then saw him motioning violently to Chip, half a mile astern, possibly wanting him to come close enough aboard to toss over that 45-pound can of pemmican, the only food Chip's men would have, before the gale and the darkness separated them. But I had my hands full in my own boat and paid little attention. We hoisted sail, shook out one reef, and shot ahead down the wind before another sea could catch us and finish the job of swamping us completely. Having gathered sufficient headway to maneuver a bit, I hauled the boat a few points closer to the wind, so that instead of heading southwest dead before it with the consequent grave danger of jibing the sail and broaching to before the oncoming seas, we now ran with the wind on our port quarter, heading roughly south and driving hard amidst heavy seas. We had our canvas weather cloths up on both sides, with the freezing men in the boat, their backs against the cloths to hold them in position, themselves all standing poised with pans ready to bail in the brief intervals when not actually bailing. And indeed, had it not been for those canvas weather cloths, So carefully fitted the day before at Semenovsky, we should long since have foundered. As it was, we huddled behind them, all save Leach at the tiller, with huge seas rolling past our raised sides and sweeping heavily along the billowing canvas screens, over which even so, spray and some solid water from every crest dashed into the boat. The sea was now running mountains. Our little boat was tossing wildly, rising dizzily to every crest as it swept up, then plunging madly down into the trough as the wave rolled by. The wind roared on, icy spray cutting like a knife drove into the boat, our sheets and halyards sang in the gale, while the mast in its step creaked dismally and our yard whipped so violently in spite of a double-reefed sail, that with each gust as we rose on a crest and the wind caught us squarely, I began to fear that both mast and sail would go flying from us down the wind like a suddenly released gull. "Look!" shouted Leach at the tiller. "The skipper's signaling us again, Chief." "Never mind him," I growled. "Watch your steering, Leach. We're on our own now. Nobody sees any more signals for us." But nevertheless I looked aft myself through the twilight. We were fast outdistancing the first cutter where half a mile to windward already, I could see De Long gesticulating in the stern. But Leach was mistaken. De Long seemed to be waving to Chip 1,000 yards to windward of himself, and now a mile astern of us. As I stared, shielding my eyes as best I could from the sharp spray, I saw the second cutter rise against the sky on the crest of a breaking wave, then sink into the trough. Again she rose, when an immense sea swept over her and she broached, lying helplessly broadside to the gale. Instantly her sail jibed and the yard swung over, binding yard and sail against the mast. A man sprang up, sharply outlined against the horizon, struggling frenziedly to clear the jammed sail from the mast, then the heeling boat plunged broadside from my side into the trough. The second cutter had evidently swamped. Suddenly sick, I watched that spot as wave after wave rolled by, but nothing rose again, and only flying foam and breaking seas met my gaze. Broken-hearted, I stared across that mile of raging sea at the scene of that swift tragedy. There was nothing we could do. No boat could ever beat a mile dead to windward against such waves. Long before we could even get our boat into the wind on the first tack, the icy waters and the tumbling seas had ended the agony of the men in the second cutter. I sank back in the stern sheets, sobbing for the shipmates I had lost. Quiet, taciturn Chip, who by sheer willpower had conquered sickness to lead his men across the pack, grizzled old Dunbar, who had broken his health scouting paths for us over the ice, huge Star, whose Herculean back had many a time lifted my jammed boat over the hummocks in the pack, little Charvel, whose comical seriousness had often lightened our months of tedious drifting, Sweetman, Warren, Johnson, Kuhn, good seamen, every one, their struggles were forever ended. All their agonizing labors to escape from death in the pack had brought them only death in the foaming waves. Now their voyage over, they were slowly sinking through the cold depths to unmarked graves in the desolate Arctic Sea. Chip, the best seaman of us all, had swamped in the gale, and we were soon like to follow, for what chance was there for us where his skill was insufficient? But at least we in the whaleboat were still afloat. What of the first cutter? Fearfully, I looked aft again for her. Still half a mile off our starboard quarter, there she was, plunging furiously along before the tumultuous waves, holding grimly to her original course, southwest, dead before the gale for Cape Barkin. I shook my head sadly. De Long should haul closer to the wind. As he was heading, it would be a miracle if the square-sterned first cutter lasted 10 minutes, for one bad jibe would dismast his boat and broach her also, needing only another wave to send her tumbling on her side to follow in Chip's wake. But it made little difference. Regardless of course now, every sea combing past seemed ready to swamp our two insignificant cockle shells. Chip was already gone. Any minute now, I confidently expected to feel that strangling water in my throat, after a few feeble struggles to be overwhelmed by the breaking seas and, still gasping for air, to sink numbly through the frigid water to join Chip on the bottom. I saw no more of the first cutter. On different courses, she soon faded from our view into the night, and we were left alone, 11 freezing men huddling in a tiny whaleboat in a world of roaring winds, of mountainous seas, and of utter blackness. We drove along before the storm, the wind on our port quarter, the rushing seas pressing madly against our port side, with the canvas weather cloth there billowing and sagging inboard as the crest swept along the canvas and poured in over the top. Each time we slid sickeningly down into a trough, all hands bailed for dear life, fighting to get the flood sloshing round beneath the thwarts overboard before we rose to the next crest, and more water pouring aboard from the succeeding wave swamped us completely. Every pot and pan we had in the boat was pressed into service, and except for Leach, who braced in the stern sheets, clung to the tiller and steered, and except for me manning sheet and sail myself to keep us from capsizing, the others in the boat alternately pressed their shoulders back against the weather screen to hold it up while rising to the crests, and leaned forward, bailing furiously while sinking into the troughs. Numbed fingers clung to ice-coated pans, icy water sloshed over our heads and down our necks, our frozen feet had long since lost all sensation, and the careening boat beneath us pitched, rolled, and heaved so dizzily that only by clinging continuously to the thwarts did we manage to escape being tossed bodily overboard. Leach in the stern, the one man besides myself whose task required him to stand motionless in one spot, did a miraculous job of steering. Had he but once allowed her to swing off the course, we should have broached immediately and capsized. But clinging to the tiller in the darkness, more by feel than by such vague sight as the foaming crest sweeping by gave him of the direction of the sea, he kept the wind on the port quarter, standing himself wholly unprotected, a fair target for each smashing wave breaking over the stern to drench him completely. Straining my eyes through the blackness as I clung to the sheet, I watched the seas coming over and the men bailing. It was obvious that we were fighting a losing battle. Even though Leach at the helm and I at the sheet managed to keep her from broaching or jibing or both at once, and thus instantly ending the struggle, it was evident that those bailing could not indefinitely keep ahead of the water coming in over our stern, and sooner or later we should fill and founder. Oh, for some drifting floes! If only we might run into another field of ice which would at least deaden the seas if not allow us to haul out on a floe. The ice pack, which many times in the long months past I had cursed vehemently, I now earnestly prayed for as our only sure salvation. But we had long since dropped astern the last floe, and now we must battle it out with the turbulent sea. There was only one thing more I could do before my men, barely able now to keep us afloat by bailing, between numbness and exhaustion found themselves unable to keep the water going overboard as fast as the tempestuous seas poured it in. Regardless of the hazard involved, I must come about, head into the crests, heave to, and ride out the gale boson, held that way by a sea anchor, while our canvas-decked forecastle, instead of our open stern, took the brunt of the oncoming waves? But to heave to meant inviting quick destruction, for the maneuver involved turning broadside to the waves for an instant as we swung our bow about to head into the wind. To make matters worse, while in that critical position we must use our oars to swing the boat, and that meant dropping our weather cloths down to the gunwales at the very instant when most of all we needed every inch of freeboard possible to avoid taking over a solid beam sea and foundering out of hand. Just abaft me, huddled against the weather cloth, was Danenhauer. I leaned over in the darkness and shouted into his ear, "Dan, it's blowing like blazes. We'd better heave to." Dan turned his face, with his bandage dripping water, toward me and nodded, "Yes, Melville. "You should have done it long ago," he yelled back. That startled me, for if he thought so, Dan should certainly have made the suggestion himself. Why had he chosen instead to keep his mouth shut? But it was no time to argue why or wherefore. We must heave to. "Get hold of Jack Cole," I roared. "We'll try it now." Soon in the stern sheets, Cole, Danenhauer, and I were debating what we should use for the sea anchor, or drag, to which the boat must ride. Dan advised making the drag of 3 of our oars with our sail lashed between them, but this I refused to do, for if we lost the sea anchor, our oars and sails would both be gone and then we would be helpless indeed. Canvassing what little else we had in the boat to stretch out the sides of a drag, I hit on 3 brass-tipped tent poles, and these I ordered used, with a section of tent cloth as the drag itself. Working in the half-swamped boat, Cole and Manson together made the drag, lashing the ends of the 3 tent poles into a 6-foot triangle, and then lacing inside it the piece of tent. Meantime Danenhauer unrove a small block and fall to get a line, and from that manila line made up a short 3-legged bridle, one leg of which went to each corner of the triangular drag, while all the rest of the line was to serve as our anchor cable. The result of all this, when we were through, which working under bad conditions in the darkness took 2 hours, was that we had what looked like a large triangular kite at the end of a long manila line, the main difference being that our kite or sea anchor we were going to fly in water instead of in air, and as it dragged vertically through the water, it was to hold us head to the oncoming seas that we might ride them bows on. On one matter at the end of all this, Cole and I differed. The drag had to be heavy enough to sink beneath the surface, for if it floated, it would be ineffective. But if it were too heavy, it would sink too far and instead of streaming out ahead of us, would hang vertically beneath our bows, keeping them from rising to the seas, and helping to swamp us. Cole stoutly maintained that the completed drag was not heavy enough to sink. While somewhat inclined to agree, I refused to add more weight, for to a buoyant drag I could always add more ballast, but it was doubtful in that storm that I could ever get my hands again on a sunken drag to remove excess weight, until the boat having swamped, I caught up with the submerged drag on my own way to the bottom. However, to appease Jack, I got a copper fire pot ready to slide out on the line if it should be necessary to add more weight, and we were ready to proceed. At this point, Lieutenant Danenhauer, who had been busy making the bridle, spoke up again. "Melville," he sang out in my ear above the howling wind. "Will you let me heave her to?" I hesitated. Dan was over half blinded. But, I thought to myself, in this darkness that was no great handicap, he could probably see as much as anyone. And certainly as a deck officer, he should know more about handling a boat in a seaway than anyone else in her, including me, an engineer. Our lives depended on that maneuver. I should be derelict in my duty not to use the best talent available. "Sure, Dan," I replied, "go ahead and give the orders. We'll all do what you say." So to poor Danenhauer, for nearly 2 years now nothing but a helpless burden on the rest of us, had at last come opportunity to serve. The crisp way in which he rattled out the orders, stationing the men, infused new strength into the exhausted crew. To Stocky Bartlett went the most important task. He was posted in the bow with the drag, and the anchor line was carefully coiled down at his feet, ready for running freely out when he heaved the drag over at the word. Boatswain Cole stood by the halyards to douse sail, with Anigan and Tong Sing to gather in the canvas as it came down. I tended the sheet, Leach steered, Manson stood by an oar poised high on the port side, and Wilson an oar similarly ready to starboard. This left only Louderbach to tend to the bailing, for Newcomb, as always, was next to worthless even though he now had the excuse of extreme seasickness to mask his piddling efforts at real labor. With a last all hands dash to bail down as dry as possible, the men took their stations. In silence and in darkness we waited, holding up the weather cloths while several tremendous waves rolled by and we rocked wildly to them. Judging then that we should have a momentarily quieter sea, Danenhauer bellowed, "Out oars! Starboard the helm! Down sail!" Down dropped the weather cloths, out shot the 2 oars, hard astaboard went the tiller, and down came the flapping sail and yard as we swung off to port, trying quickly to come about and head up into the sea. Wilson to starboard gave way valiantly on his oar while Manson to port backed heavily on his, endeavoring to get her spun about before the next wave caught us broadside, when with the boat hardly more than a quarter way round crash came a wave tumbling in over our low gunwale and flooding us to the thwarts. Heaving to was forgotten. With might and main all hands dropped their tasks to start bailing again except Leach and the oarsman who struggled desperately to straighten her out again on her old course before the waterlogged whaleboat broached to the next wave and capsized. By the grace of God we succeeded in that, and hearts in our mouths, bailed madly while with the oars alone we kept away before the sea till the boat was sufficiently dry to risk coming about once more. After a hurried consultation with Dan, I stationed the men as before, and we stood tensely by. Again we pitched crazily to a succession of roaring crests and as we slid dizzily down the trough of the third one, Dan once more sang out the orders. This time, with oars thrashing the sea in desperation, we swung more quickly, and before the next wave struck, we had the boat spun about, head on to its breaking crest as our bow suddenly lifted to a tremendous wave. "Let go the drag," bawled Dan, and Bartlett in the bow tossed over the canvas triangle. At that instant, the bow dived sickeningly into the next trough, and Bartlett, off balance, pitched headlong forward toward the sea. For an instant I thought he was gone completely with little chance of our getting to him before the sea swept him away, but fortunately our slacked halyards were streaming out over the bow and as Bartlett shot overboard he got his right hand on the halyards, stopping his plunge. The next second, as he hung there in air, the boat rose again to the crest of a huge wave, the mast whipped back, and Bartlett came flying inboard on the halyards against the mast to which he clung for dear life as he slowly slid down to the thwarts. Meanwhile other things were rapidly happening. Still manning the oars, Manson and Wilson were holding us head to the seas while the drag line ran out and I watched it anxiously till it brought up at the bitter end. In disappointment, I saw that the drag was too light, coming immediately to the surface and drifting down to leeward, holding us not at all. We yawed badly, shipping water over both sides in spite of all our 2 oars and the rudder could do to hold us bows on, and, as expected, Jack Cole immediately piped up with, "Sure, Mr. Melville, I told yes so." "Right, Jack, you did," I shouted. "And now we'll fix it?" "Bartlett, send down that fire pot." Bartlett, again on his feet, seized the copper fire pot and sent it sliding on a lashing out over the bow and down the anchor line to the drag, which it promptly sank. A heavy strain came immediately on the drag line as the sea anchor gripped the water and in a few seconds we were riding head to the seas with our oars in, our weather cloths once more raised on our bulwarks, our sail furled, and the helmsman, as before, continuously steering to keep us from yawing on the drag line. My thumping heart quieted somewhat. Dan had done a fine job. We had come about without capsizing and for the moment we were safe. All we had to do now was to bail continuously to keep afloat, but so long as our drag line held, we were secure. But as much vigilance as ever was necessary, for if that line parted, and we went adrift, unless we were immediately ready with the oars, our first yaw would probably also be our last one. By now it was 10 o'clock and pitch dark. All through the rest of that terrible night we tossed violently at the end of our sea anchor line, bailing, always bailing. My hands were swollen by cold, blistered from hanging onto the sheet while we sailed, and cracked and split by freezing salt water, while my feet were both badly frozen. Leach, who for the first time I now dared to relieve from his station at the tiller, was as badly off as I, and the rest of the crew, not much better. And now thirst was added to our sufferings, for we had not a drop of fresh water, every bit of snow that originally we had in the boat in our pots and kettles having long since been thoroughly soused in sea water and spoiled. The gale shrieked on, the waves rolled by, the cold spray dashed in and froze on us, and in the darkness wearily and endlessly we bailed the boat till at last came dawn to put the final touch to our misery by adding to each man's sense of his own suffering the sight of his shipmates' wretched state. Cold, thirsty, and hungry after 12 excruciating hours of bailing, my exhausted crew looked expectantly at me for their rations. In the boat, there was nothing left in the way of food or drink but a little pemmican. Sadly I recalled Chip's last remark about his being through with pemmican, only a jest when made, tragic now. Poor Chip. Pemmican, in truth, meant nothing to him any more. If only I had him and his second cutter's crew following astern of me again, how gladly would I divide my meager supply of pemmican with them. Mournfully I looked at our tiny stock. At the previous miserly rate of issue, it should last us 5 days, but no longer did I dare to hope that Cape Barkin and rescue were just over the horizon. Heaven alone knew where, drifting at the mercy of wind and wave, we would be when the gale blew out. I must stretch our food to the utmost. So in spite of grumbling from my ravenous crew, I cut our already short ration squarely in half and issued for our breakfast so small a piece of pemmican that not a man, after swallowing his ration at a gulp, but growled for more. At the end of that sea anchor line, our whaleboat weaved, twisted, and leaped erratically about amongst the foaming waves, more terrifying now that we could see the thundering crest sweeping down and breaking over us, than even in the darkness. Monotonously we bailed, Anigan, our Indian hunter, and Charlie Tong Sing, our Chinese steward, strangely enough proving far more dexterous with the bailing pots than any sailor in the boat. Almost helpless myself, with numbed hands and frozen feet from long hours of hanging onto the sheet, I watched forward while the endless task went on, keeping a weary eye on that thin manila line going over our bow to our sea anchor, that thread to which our boat rode head to the gale, our lifeline indeed. And then mixed with the screaming of the winds, I caught a burst of laughter. Laughter! I could hardly believe my ears. What in God's name could anyone see in our situation that was funny? Painfully I twisted my ice-sheathed body round on the thwart to see, and then I groaned. On the midship thwart sat Jack Cole no longer bailing, a maniacal gleam in his eyes, rocking with childish glee in the spray of each wave as it broke over the weathercloth and poured in on him, laughing horribly. Jack Cole, our boatswain, like a little child was splashing playfully in the water. Like a flash there came over me an understanding of Cole's apathy and inexplicable stupidity during the last few days. His mind had evidently been going then, now after the horrors of the night, it was completely gone. That terrible laughter must not continue. With my whole crew near the breaking point, a little more of that insane shrieking in the storm and I would have only a boatload of lunatics to depend on, if indeed I did not soon become one myself. I dragged aft a bit, took Cole gently by the hand. "Come on, Jack," I said kindly, "let's go forward where we can see the waves better and I can help you watch them." Jack stopped laughing, looked blankly at me, but offered no resistance and together we dragged our frozen legs over the thwarts to the bow. There, smiling happily, Jack started laughing again as a terrific sea broke dead on our stem, nearly drowning me in foaming water. In the midst of that insane cackle, I grabbed Cole suddenly by both shoulders, pushed him heavily down beneath the thwart and shoved him in under the canvas-covered forecastle forward of our mast, where at least the canvas would muffle that ghastly laugh. "Take a nap now, old fellow," I said soothingly as possible. "You're tired." "Sure and I am that," mumbled Cole from beneath the canvas. "But ye'll not be forgetting to call me agent soon so's we kin watch them waves." "No, Jack, I won't," I promised. "Just as soon as you're rested." Without another word, Jack, half covered with the icy water sloshing about in the bilges, went dead to the world, and I, turning wanly from the gale, sagged back against the mast, staring at the haggard men in the boat abaft me bailing, while the never-ending waves foamed up and broke sickeningly over our bow. Chapter XXXII. After 4 harrowing days in the whaleboat, the first 2 in the gale, the second 2 fighting our way through offshore shoals in the open ocean, we finally sighted land. Hungry, thirsty, frozen, we gazed as hopefully across the sea at 2 low headlands barely showing above the horizon as though they were the very gates of heaven. Under oars, for the wind at last had died away, we propelled our boat toward them, and soon found ourselves between 2 low hills apparently forming the mouth of a wide and muddy river running swiftly out into the sea. All hands leaned over the gunwales, and finding the water sweet, we drank greedily, regardless of mud, regardless of everything. Where were we? Neither Danenhauer nor I knew, but as that low and barren coast trended north and south, I assumed we were on the eastern side of the Lena Delta. How far south of Cape Barkin I could not tell. But at least we had Siberia at last before us. My orders directed me to land at Cape Barkin, where I should find native huts, but I had had enough of the Arctic Sea for the present and for the future, and with Barkin an unknown distance up an unknown coast, I decided to be satisfied with the land I could see and proceed up the river before me till I located some village there. So in spite of Danenhauer's objections to my course, we rowed, that is, if the feeble efforts of the half-dead sailors manning the oars could be called rowing, up the broad river, constantly attempting to make a landing on either bank, but always baffled by shoals which prevented us from getting within 100 yards of those flat and muddy shores. Finally, in the late evening after a grueling day at the oars, we spotted on one bank an abandoned hut, before which was a cove into which we made our way thankfully, and for the first time in 5 days landed to stretch our legs. I found that I could hardly move mine, most of my men were in like case. Only Danenhauer, whose blindness had excused him from bailing, and Newcomb, who had most successfully evaded it, had managed to keep their legs in shape so that they could walk. The rest of us had practically to crawl from the boat. Thinking to warm up and thaw out our blackened and frost-bitten feet, we gathered driftwood, made a fire in the hut, and huddled round it, stretched on the ground, with our numbed feet toward the fire. But instead of helping, agonizing pains started to shoot from my paralyzed feet as soon as the heat took effect, so stripping my legs for examination, I found they were frozen from the knees down, terribly swollen, covered with cracks, blisters, and sores all run together, and with the skin sloughing off at the slightest touch. Excruciating pain instead of sleep was my portion our first night ashore, and in place of the eagerly awaited comfort which we had looked forward to in Siberia, most of us writhed in pain, suffering the tortures of the damned. At dawn, after a slim portion of pemmican washed down with muddy tea, we launched our boat and set bravely out up the river to find a village, only to discover instead that we were in a desolate maze of shoals, swamps, and muddy islands forming the delta, with rivers, sometimes swift and sometimes sluggish, crisscrossing erratically as they flowed over the low delta lands to the sea. Young ice was forming everywhere over river and swamp, and through it with boat hooks and oars we had to smash a way for our bow. 3 days of this we had to endure, alternating between slaving at the oars during the day and freezing at night in our camps on the barren mud flats, while both night and day we starved on scanty rations, and I finally began to despair of rescue. Here we were on the Lena Delta, but of the many villages indicated on Peterman's charts, we could find no sign. Never a native did we see, and the few huts we spotted now and then were all abandoned, their owners having already retreated southward before the oncoming winter, which was rapidly robbing us of what little vitality remained in our feeble bodies. Were we never to escape? Were all our sufferings to end only in our deaths in the Delta? Had we not already borne enough since those harrowing years on the Jeannette to be spared that? First the torture of dragging boats and sledges over the pack, then the horrors of navigating amidst the streaming ice of the new Siberian archipelago, finally that 4-day nightmare of tumbling waves and freezing spray in the open whaleboat battling an Arctic gale. Was all this not enough? Yet through all our trials since the loss of the Jeannette we had been sustained by the thought that if only we held out till we reached the Lena Delta, there at last our sufferings would end. Amid friendly natives we would find food, shelter, and transportation home. How different now was the reality. The Lena Delta we found a bleak and barren tundra, empty of game, as inhospitable and as desolate as that ice pack in which for 2 years we had drifted in the long-lost Jeannette. Our dream of a safe haven had exploded in our faces. With food gone, men worn out, and worst of all, the hope which had driven us all to superhuman labor proved a lie, our situation was desperate beyond conception. Bitterly we cursed Peterman and all his works, which had led us astray. But there was nothing to do save to move on, working always toward the headwaters of the Delta as long as we could swing the oars, so for the 4th day in succession, we shoved off from a mudflat camp, broke our way through new ice, and I pushed my men, whose arms fortunately were a little better off than their legs, upstream toward the Delta head. And then, thank God, in the middle of this day, while deadened arms and stupefied bodies swung wearily over the oars, we suddenly sighted 3 natives in kayaks shoot out from behind a bend in the swamp. Like drowning men grasping at straws, we waved to them, shouted to them, and tried to row to them, but before the apparition of a strange boat in their waters, they were shy and afraid, and not till I held up our last tiny strip of pemmican did I entice one, more curious than his comrades, close aboard us to taste the strange meat. Then, like the jaws of a trap closing on its victim, we grabbed his kayak before he could dart away. Badly frightened, the fur-clad native attempted to escape, but we would sooner have released our only hope of salvation than our grip on that poor Yakut who represented now our last slim chance to avoid perishing in the maze of that frozen delta, and we held to him like grim death. Gradually I calmed his fears, gave him the pemmican, endeavored in pantomime to show him we were friendly, and at last holding to him while we beached our whaleboat, convinced him of our good intentions by giving him a little of the trifling quantity of alcohol we had left for our stove. The alcohol settled the question. He promptly hailed his 2 comrades standing warily off in their kayaks, and soon all 3 of the natives, warming up on pure grain alcohol, were our bosom friends. In exchange for the alcohol, they gave us some fish and a goose, out of which mixture we promptly made a stew which we wolfed down ravenously. And then with pencil sketches and gestures, I endeavored to make plain that I wanted them to guide us to a village, and specifically to Bulun, the largest town shown on my chart, some 60 miles up the Lena River from the head of the delta. It was remarkable how, understanding not one word of each other's language, we got along. The 3 Yakuts indicated we could not get to Bulun on account of ice in the river, that we should all die on the way. However, they made plain that another Yakut village, Jamavalik, they could take us to, and next day for Jamavalik we started. But so tortuous was the course and so hard the labor in working our boat through the delta swamps and rivers, that not till a week later did we finally, on September 26, 2 weeks after the gale, arrive at Jamavalik. Had it not been for the food provided by our guides as well as for their pilotage, it is inconceivable that we should ever have arrived alive at this village at the southeastern corner of the delta, 70 miles from Cape Barkin, and the only inhabited village for over 150 miles in either direction along the Siberian coast. Had we gone to Barkin, we should assuredly have perished, for there, the natives told us, Peterman was absolutely wrong. There were no villages, no lighthouses, no inhabitants of any kind there, nothing but a barren coast. But Jamavalik itself was not very promising as a haven except for a brief stay. It had but 6 huts and a few small storehouses, not over 15 adult inhabitants, and no great surplus of food. Doubtful that its scant supply of fish and geese would long take care of 11 voracious seamen thrown unexpectedly on the resources of so small a community, I decided after one night at Jamavalik to push on in our whaleboat up the south branch of the Lena to Bulun, 110 miles away by land but 150 miles distant up the winding river. Strenuously in their native Yakut tongue, some of which I had now picked up, the villagers and especially their headman, Nikolai Shigra, objected that ice in the river would block us and leave us to perish along the uninhabited river banks, but I persisted. So accompanied once more by my original native pilots, I loaded my sick crew into the whaleboat, took aboard 60 dried fish, all I could get, for supplies from Nikolai, and we started. In an hour we were back. Nikolai Shigra was right. The Jeanette herself could not have plowed through the ice, alternately freezing and breaking loose in the river, which swept downstream in the current, effectively blocking any progress toward Bulun. Willing or not, there was no choice but to stay at Jamavalik. Unable to walk, I crawled from the whaleboat and was hauled on a sledge from the shore to a hut turned over to us by Nikolai. Leach, with the flesh falling from his frozen toes, was hauled up on another sledge, and most of the rest of my crew in the remnants of their tattered clothes, crawled or hobbled after us. For 2.5 weeks we lay in that hut, slowly recuperating from our frost bites, subsisting mainly on a slim ration of fish given us daily by the Yakut villagers, and thinking up weird schemes of getting away to Bulun. But till the rivers froze solidly enough to sledge over the ice, there was no chance. Even then, the limited facilities of the village could never provide the necessary sledges for 11 men nor the clothes to keep us from freezing in the sub-zero weather which October had brought. But get away soon we must, for all the flesh had sloughed from several of Leach's toes and he needed medical attention badly if he were not soon to die, while Cole, lucid at intervals, required expert care also if his mind were to be saved, and Danenhauer's eye, a month now without surgical care, was beginning to relapse. As for the rest of us, our legs were getting better and we could soon drag ourselves about, but the food problem was rapidly getting acute, and I was very much afraid that we should awake some morning to discover that the natives, finding us too much of a drain on their stores, had silently moved on in the night to some other collection of vacant huts of which we knew nothing, leaving us to starve alone lest everyone starve together. The only solution to this dilemma, since we could not go to Bulun, was to have Bulun send us the necessary dog teams, sledges, clothes, and food to make the journey. How to get word to Bulun, however, was the difficulty, for none of the natives would go and no man in my party knew the road over the distant mountains to Bulun. I dared send no one without a guide. The reason given by the natives for refusing to undertake the trip was that it was an impossible season for traveling, an in-between time in which they could safely move neither by boat nor sledge. A few weeks before, in early September, it would have been possible to go by boat but now new ice forming everywhere prevented. A few weeks later, it would be possible to travel by sledge cross-country over snow and ice, but just now that also could not be attempted, for the ice on the many rivers to be crossed was continuously breaking in the current and was nowhere yet thick enough to bear the weight of a sledge without grave danger of crashing through into the river and losing sledge and dogs at least, if not drivers also. To all our entreaties, Nikolai Shigre merely shrugged his shoulders. Early September, yes; late October, yes; but now, a most decided no. Providentially the matter was settled for us about the middle of October by the chance visit to the village of a Russian exile, Kusma by name, who lived nearby and who, on the promise of the whale boat immediately and 500 rubles later, when I could get funds from America, undertook to make the dangerous journey and started off with his dog sledge over the frozen tundra to Boulogne, expecting to return in 5 days. Vaguely, while he was gone, we speculated on how long it would take us to sledge the 1500 miles from Boulogne via Yakutsk to Irkutsk on Lake Baikal, and then via post road get to Moscow and so home. And while we speculated over that, we also speculated earnestly over the fate of DeLong and the first cutter. There was no doubt that his boat had followed Chips, but over the question of how long the first cutter had lasted in the gale and whether she had come to her doom finally by capsizing or by swamping, there was many a hot discussion, as my seamen argued vehemently over the relative probabilities of a square-sterned boat like the heavily built first cutter broaching before she flooded, or vice versa. The consensus of opinion was that she had swamped, for DeLong had in his boat not only 3 more men than we, but also Snoozer, the last dog, all the navigating equipment, 4 rifles, the complete records of the expedition in 10 cases, and 1 small sledge which DeLong had kept to drag the records on. With so much ballast in his boat, that his men could have bailed fast enough to avoid foundering seemed incredible to most of us after our own experiences with the much lighter double-ended whale boat, but the broaching theorists would never agree to it. Chip, whom all hands freely admitted was the best sailor, had broached and capsized. How then could DeLong have avoided it? And since, crowded in our little hut with nothing else to do, there was no outlet for men too feeble to get about save in talk, the argument went on endlessly, and of course with no chance of an agreement ever being reached. 5 days went by and Kusma, our messenger to Boulogne, had not returned. 10 days elapsed and we became alarmed for Kusma. Had he perished in the ice? To add to our worries, Nikolai Shigre cut our food supply from 4 fish a day to 3, with occasionally a putrid and decaying goose supplied in lieu of the fish. I was seriously debating sending Bartlett, the strongest member of our party, on to Boulogne in the forlorn hope of getting us assistance, when on the night of October 29, after 13 days' absence on his hazardous journey, Kusma at last returned, bringing on his sledge some supplies, about 40 pounds of bread mainly, and no clothes for us, but instead a letter in Russian from the Cossack commandant at Boulogne stating that next day he would start for us from there with a reindeer caravan and clothes enough to bring us all safely over the mountains to Boulogne. This news heartened us considerably, and in broken Russian I profusely thanked Kusma. Meanwhile my men, not waiting to thank anybody, were reveling in the bread of which we had seen none for nearly 5 months, breaking the loaves in huge chunks into which they sank their teeth hungrily. All smiles at my expressions of approbation, and happy at the way everyone seemed to appreciate what food he had brought us, Kusma bowed, then pulled from inside his fur jacket a dirty scrap of paper which he tendered me. On it was a penciled message. Pausing casually between 2 mouthfuls of bread, I glanced at it, noted in surprise that it was in English, and then as I read the first words, I stiffened as suddenly as if I had been shot. Arctic steamer Jeanette lost on the June 11th, landed on Siberia September 25 or thereabouts, want assistance to go for the captain and doctor and 9 other men. William F. C. Nindman, Louis P. Noros, Seaman USN reply in haste, Want food and clothing. For a moment my heart stopped beating as I read, then I called out huskily, men. DeLong and the first cutter landed safely. They're alive. All over the hut broken loaves of bread thudded to the floor as open-mouthed in astonishment at this startling declaration, my shipmates stared at me, then clustered round to read the note, while I turned abruptly to Kusma, asked in my best Russian, that note, Kusma, where did you get it? With some difficulty, Kusma explained to me his trip. To get to Bulun, he had to go 50 miles due west cross-country over the mountains to Kumark on the Lena River, where he was delayed a week waiting for the main stream to freeze over so he could cross, and then 60 miles due south along the west bank of the Lena to Bulun. On his way back to us from Bulun, coming again to Kumark, he had met there a small reindeer caravan of Yakuts bound south for Bulun, and with that caravan, clad only in tattered underwear and sick almost to death, he had come across two strangers feebly expostulating with the natives against going south and almost hysterical at their inability to make themselves understood. He spoke to them in Russian, with no better luck at communication than the Yakut reindeer drivers had had, but suddenly recalling what we had told him of our two lost boats, he inquired of them, Jeanette? Americansky, and immediately the men had understood, nodding vigorously in assent, and writing this note, had placed it in his hands, begging him piteously, Commandant. Bulun. Bulun. That he understood also, but as he was bound for Jamavalik and knew that I would be most interested in the matter, he had forthwith resumed his journey, and now, 2 days later, there was the message in my hands, while Nindman and Noros no doubt were by this time in Bulun itself. I retrieved the note from Bartlett and read it again carefully. DeLong had landed, but simply on Siberia. Where was he now? The note was blank on that. I could not tell. But evidently he was in a bad way, for Nindman and Noros, somehow separated from their shipmates, were from Kusma's account obviously far gone, and as for the others, that closing scrawl, reply in haste, want food and clothing, had an ominous ring. And then my eyes fell again on the captain and doctor and nine other men. 9. Hastily I counted up. The captain, the doctor, Nindman, Noros, and 9 others, that made only 13. But DeLong had had 14 all told in his boat. Was 9 an error? No, as if to emphasize it, the 9 was repeated as a figure in parenthesis. So already one of DeLong's party had died? Sadly I wondered who. Collins, perhaps. No, I decided, Collins had done no work on the ice to wear him down. Lee, my machinist, was most likely, I concluded. His injured hips would have made it most difficult for him to keep up, and he might have had to be left behind. But this was no time for wondering. Only Nindman and Noros could tell me where the captain was and how to get there. And if those 2 men were as badly off as Kusma said, they might both soon die, taking their secret with them. The Lena Delta was large, over 5,000 square miles in area, and from bitter experience I knew now how difficult it was to find one's way amidst its myriad islands, swamps, and freezing streams. And as for charts, there were none worthy of the name. Petermann's, which had nearly led my party to starvation, was worse than useless. I shivered as I thought of that. DeLong, relying on that same Petermann chart, had intended to land near Barkin. Barkin and the north coast of the delta thereabouts, were not only uninhabited and a hopeless stretch of barren tundra, but 100 miles further north and by so much further removed even from such slight shelter as we had providentially encountered at Jamavalik. DeLong and his party must be in fearful straits. Kusma, I said sharply. Return with me to Bulun at once. Get your dogs. We start right away. But Kusma demurred, objecting that his dog team was completely worn out and could not travel the ice again without several days' rest. On investigating his dogs, this proved to be true, so getting hold promptly of Nikolai Shigra, I insisted vigorously that he provide immediately from somewhere another team if it stripped the village of its last dog. Shigra was willing enough, but it took him all night to scrape up the necessary dogs, and not till next morning, October 30th, a day which later became indelibly burned into my memory, behind a team of 11 dogs driven by my original Yakut pilot, did I set off in a temperature 20 degrees below zero for Bulun, where from Nindman and Noros I hoped to learn of De Long's whereabouts. 2 days later, after hard labor by the dogs through deep snow and over broken ice, I was at Kumark, where I changed my worn-out dog team for a reindeer sledge, and with that made the last 60 miles southward up the frozen Lena to Bulun, arriving on the evening of November 2nd. I promptly inquired my way to the hut where were lodged Nindman and Noros, and in mingled fear and hope hurried there. What was I going to hear of my captain, of Dr. Embler, about my other shipmates? Which one of them was already dead? What chance had I of rescuing the survivors? With my heart pounding violently, I pushed open the door of the hut. Chapter XXXIII. In the smoky light of the rude interior of that Yakut hut, I saw at first only Louis Noros, clothed in ragged woolen underwear, bending over a rough table, sawing away with his sheath knife on a loaf of hard black bread, while in a corner by themselves a number of Yakuts were busy over the fire on their own supper. Noros glanced up on my entrance, looked at me vacantly, and then resumed his hacking at the hard bread. I waited a moment to see if he might recognize me, but as he did not, I advanced, stretched out my hand, and said, "Hello, Noros. Don't you know me?" Startled at being addressed in English, Noros dropped his knife, peered intently in my face, and then fell on my neck, sobbing, "My God, Mr. Melville, are you alive?" At this outburst, through the smoky room I saw Nindman suddenly lift himself on one elbow from a rough couch at the side and cry out brokenly, "Mr. Melville! We thought you were dead. That all hands on the Jeanette were dead except me and Noros. Louis and me thought we were the only survivors. We were sure the whaleboats were all drowned as well as the second cutters." Bending over Nindman, too far gone to lift himself, while Noros clung round my shoulders, I wept with them. "No, boys," I said gently, "the whole whaleboat's crew is safe. And they're all overjoyed to know that you are too. But who died in your boat, and where, for God's sake, are the skipper and the rest of your boat's crew? I'll go for them right away." "No use. They must be all gone by now," sobbed out Nindman feebly. "Over 3 weeks ago, October 9th, the captain sent me and Louis south to look for help, and they were nearly dead then, no food for 7 days and everybody frozen bad. We struggled to the south along the river and were no more able even to crawl and nearly dead ourselves when the natives found us 12 days after and carried us here." Nindman's choking voice broke hysterically. "Mr. Melville, we didn't want to come here, we wanted them to take us back. But we couldn't make anybody understand about the captain. And he was dying then. Now it's too late," and falling back on his wooden couch, Nindman wept like a baby in my lap. "Where are they now?" I asked sadly. "I'll find them. Tell me, what happened, boys," and as I listened, the tears streamed down my roughened cheeks as between them, Noros and Nindman poured out the story of the first cutter and its crew. Chapter 30. Before the steadily rising Arctic gale, the Jeanette's 3 boats in broken formation were scattering in the storm. Dismayed at this sight, De Long, who had the only navigating outfit in the flotilla and in addition was carrying all Chip's meager food supply, rose in the stern sheets of his cutter and waved vigorously to the other boats to get back in position astern of him. But seeing the whaleboat nearly swamp attempting to drop back, he signaled her on. Taking a second reef in his own sail to deaden still further his speed, De Long continued waving to Chip, hopeful at least of getting him close enough aboard to toss over his kin of pemmican before in the storm and the night, he lost him to view. Badly flooded himself by oncoming seas, he nevertheless held back, till Chip and his boat, suddenly engulfed in the waves, disappeared forever from sight. Sadly then, De Long shook out one reef and picking up headway, stood away dead before the wind, heading southwest for Barken. Blond and bearded Eriksson, tall and brawny, a sailor from his childhood in far-off Denmark and in stature a royal Dane indeed, the best seaman in the boat, steered. Crowded into the cockpit before him were De Long, Ambler, and Collins, while forward of them on each side of the boat, backs to the weather cloths holding them up against the sea, were the rest of the crew and man, the quartermaster, tending the sheet, Lee, Kock, Noros, Gortz, Dressler, Iverson, Alexei, Assam, and Boyd. Jammed under the thwarts, practically filling all the spaces there were the sledge, the tin cases containing the Jeanette's records, the navigating gear, the silken ensign in its oilskin case, the rifles, tents, sleeping bags, cooking pots, and a few cans of pemmican, with Snoozer, the last Eskimo dog, crouching on the sleeping bags and whimpering piteously as the spray soaked him. The heavily laden first cutter, only 20 feet long but wider of beam than any other of the Jeanette's boats and with all that ballast on her bottom, therefore more stable and more resistant to capsizing than either of the other two, lumbered on before the wind, pitching heavily as the curling seas swept up under her square stern, and yawing badly in spite of all that Eriksson at the tiller could do to hold her on her course. Darkness fell, the seas grew worse, the crew bailed steadily. Twice the boat yawed suddenly and the sail jibed violently, straining the mast, but each time Eriksson managed to catch her and the yard and sail were again squared and the boat stood on with the wind screaming by and the merciless seas breaking heavily over the stern, soaking Eriksson continuously and spraying everyone else with freezing water. For an hour the boat stood on before the storm with the water coming in over both sides and the stern, while her crew bailed vigorously to keep up with it. And then, riding on the crest of a tremendous wave roaring up astern, came disaster. The boat took a bad yaw as the sea struck, the stern swung off to port with the crest. Immediately the sail, caught flat aback by the wind, jibed over and the yard banged viciously round to leeward, heeling the boat sharply down on her port side and riding the lee gunwale completely under. Instantly solid water came pouring in over the submerged rail. In another split second, the half-capsized cutter would have been bottom up with her crew spilled into the raging seas, had not at that instant the mast, already weakened by the previous jibes, broken clean off, and with the flapping sail shot overboard, momentarily relieving the fatal strain. For one horrible second, the listing boat hung with her gunwale under, poised uncertainly between going completely over and rolling back, while her agonized crew, clinging desperately to the thwarts to avoid being tossed out, felt cold death in the form of the inrushing water lapping round their bodies. Then slowly, very slowly, under the influence of the heavy ballast jammed along the bottom boards, the dismasted cutter rolled back on an even keel, awash to the thwarts and so deep in the water that her gunwales barely showed above the foaming surface. "Bail!" roared De Long, all hands. "Bail!" A waterlogged wreck, the first cutter lay broadside in the trough of the sea with every man in her buried in salt water to his waist, frenziedly bailing to regain a semblance of buoyancy before the next wave swept over her side and finished her. Fortunately at that instant, the broken mast and the ballooning sail, dragging alongside by the halyards streaming over the bow, caught the water, began acting as a sea anchor, and the startled men in the boat, too busy bailing to lift a hand for any other purpose, saw in amazement their submerged cutter swing slowly round in the trough into the wind and sluggishly rise head on to the next crest, heaving herself to. Had even another moderate sea swept up at this moment, the boat would unquestionably have finished filling and foundered, but by some freak of the storm, only a succession of lazy billows came rolling by until with the boat half emptied and higher in the water, De Long could get out some oars to hold her steady the while he sent Gortz and Cock racing forward to clear away the wreckage. Holding his cutter head on with oars and rudder while he finished bailing and dragged in the impromptu sea anchor by the halyards, the captain hastily made a drag of his sail only and an empty water breaker to hold it up, and then rode the gale to that, taking in the oars and raising the weather cloths again, while Ericsson, still clinging to the tiller, steered into the wind and the rest of the crew bailed to keep afloat. For the men crowded in the boat, it was a night of utter misery and terror, wet through, freezing in the gale, tossing madly in the cutter, and with Collins slumped in the cockpit too weak or too heedless to reach the rail, violently and continuously seasick to add the final touch. At midnight their sea anchor carried suddenly away and with it went the sail. Instantly out went a pair of oars to hold her up, while another drag, made of the broken mast and the rest of the oars, with the expedition's solitary pickaxe hung to it to hold it down, was sent out over the bow. This proved a poor substitute for the sail, for having insufficient surface, it failed to catch the water properly and rode off the cutter's beam, instead of ahead, with the result that the boat, no longer bows on to the waves, wallowed in the troughs and rolled horribly, making water worse than ever. After 36 hours of this torture, the gale finally abated, and with only a fresh breeze and a heavy sea still running, De Long prepared again to get under way, but he had no sail. Nindman searched the boat for substitutes, out of a hammock and the sledge cover, so together by Gortz and Cock, Nindman provided a jury sail. The drag was hauled in to recover the mast. With a chisel, Nindman refitted the broken end of the mast to its step, re-rigged it, and soon with the two insignificant bits of canvas spread at the yard, the first cutter resumed her journey for the Lena Delta, making hardly 1 knot through the water, and because the breeze had now hauled to the south, unable to sail closer to the wind than a course due west instead of the desired southwest. But what the course should be to make Cape Barkin and where the boat was, God alone knew. It was impossible to get a sight, and even had it not been, De Long's hands were so badly frozen he could not work his sextant. So willy-nilly, the boat went west for 2 days with De Long and his frozen crew, barely crawling along under the tiny jury-rig, till early on the morning of September 16, having been 4 days at sea since leaving Semenofsky Island, the wind failed altogether, and in a dead calm sea, De Long ordered out the oars and headed due south, feeling that he had made more than enough westing. By this time, from long continued watchfulness and exposure, both De Long's hands and his feet were so badly frozen and had swollen to such size that he was wholly unable to move himself. Tenderly Dr. Ellsberg got out his soaked sleeping bag, and helped by Gortz, slipped the captain into it and then propped him up in the stern sheets so he could see to maneuver the boat. After a few hours of rowing south, the water began to shoal rapidly and the cutter ran into a skim of young ice, through which it broke its way. Soon low-lying land was sighted to the south, undoubtedly some part of the northern side of the Lena Delta. With redoubled energy the men heaved with their cracked and bleeding hands at the oars, driving through thickening ice toward the coast. A little to starboard an open lead in the young ice was sighted, seemingly running inshore toward a river mouth, and into this lead the boat was rammed through the intervening ice, keeping on in this open water till at about 9 a.m., still more than a mile offshore, the boat grounded solidly in less than 2 feet of water with new ice freezing constantly all about her in the bitter cold. After a fruitless effort to get inshore through the invisible shoals, De Long tried to work out again to the northward, hoping then to go further west and perhaps find a better channel into the river, which so far as could be judged from the width between the headlands, seemed to be one of the main northern mouths of the Lena. But the thickening ice had closed in behind, and stuck fast in the hidden shoal. The boat could be moved neither ahead nor astern with the oars. De Long, after a futile effort to push out, using the oars as poles, became desperate. "All hands over the side to lighten the boat," he ordered. "We'll push her off." Silently, all except the helmsman, the men started to obey, but first began to remove their wet boots, not wishing to fill them with mud. Off came the worn and leaking footgear, exposing to view badly swollen feet, many already black with frostbite and with blisters breaking as the skin, stuck to the boots, tore away from the frozen flesh. Dr. Embler took one swift glance at them, then leaning over the helpless captain, whispered in his ear. De Long bent forward, looked himself, then said, "Belay going over the side, men. Put on your boots. We'll try shoving her off again with the oars instead." But the enfeebled seamen had little luck. An all-day struggle with the shallow water moved the boat hardly 100 yards, and night fell on an exhausted boat crew, caught amidst ice and shoals, unable either to get the cutter ashore or get it to sea. Once more they spent a cheerless night in the cramped boat, tantalized by that unapproachable shore a mile and a half away, unable to sleep, wet, freezing, and thirsty on the crowded thwarts. At daybreak, they tried again. Managing to get free of the ice and the mud, they made a few yards, only to ground on another shoal. Getting clear of that, the ice soon blocked them. It made little difference which way they headed, north or south, east or west. Shoals and young ice were everywhere. Bitterly De Long looked from his heavy cutter and his fast-fading men across a mile and a half of thin ice, strong enough to block the boat, too weak to sustain a man, toward the low coast of Siberia. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He would never get the boat free. 8 hours of labor today on top of all of yesterday, and no progress made either toward shore or toward sea, and nothing to look forward to now except another terrible night in the boat in the fierce cold. De Long made up his mind. Regardless of their condition, they must abandon the cutter, wade ashore. He still had 2 hours of daylight in which to work, and despite frost-bitten feet, there was no alternative. Into that icy water they must plunge. But 3 of the men, Boyd, Eriksson, and himself, hardly able to stand without toppling headlong, could never make that mile and a half wading through ice and shoals to the land. They would have to get the boat closer first. Except the sick and the doctor, all hands over the side. "We're going to abandon the boat and wade ashore. Keep your boots on this time, men." Slowly the rest of the crew crawled over the side into the water, finding it knee-deep. Leaving in the boat only the 4 men and Snoozer, and taking as heavy a load on his back as each could carry, the crew set out for shore, Nindman first to break a path through the half-inch ice, then in succession Koch, Gortz, Iverson, Lee, Dressler, Collins, Alexei, Noros, and finally Assam, whose feet were in such bad shape that not to impede the others he was ordered to go last. It was hard work, especially for Nindman, smashing ahead through the ice, with the chilly water changing irregularly in depth from knee-deep to over his waist, sinking unexpectedly into mudholes from which he could hardly drag his feet, and all the while pounding away at the sheet ice with hips and thighs, unable to use his arms because of the load on his shoulders. Finally the panting quartermaster reached the shore, a low and swampy slope. Behind him trudged the others, and thankfully coming up out of the sea, squeezing mud and slush from their boots at every step, they dumped their loads on the beach. Siberia at last. A feeble cheer burst from husky throats and cracking lips. But looking round at that dismal shore, covered with snow, bare of all vegetation, utterly desolate and devoid of any trace of human habitation then or ever. It is doubtful that there could have been found on Earth any group of human beings save only these few who had gone through hell on ice to reach that shore, who would not have cursed instead of cheered at setting foot on that bleak tundra. Chapter XXXV. Come on, boys, we go back now for the rest of the load and the captain, ordered Nindman, who with his rating of quartermaster was senior in the group ashore. Shake a leg, we got lots to do before dark yet. Yeah, said Iverson, plunging back in the sea, frozen feet ban just too bad for any man. I tank ve better get it done quick before yet it gets colder. One by one, the men slipped back into the narrow lane broken through the ice after Iverson and stolidly plodded off in the water toward the distant boat, till only Sam and Collins were left. Shake it up there, you fellers, we ain't got much time, growled Nindman. I'm ashore now and I'm going to stay ashore, snarled Collins. Do you think you're going to get me a mile out in the ocean again wading through that mud and ice to drag in the captain and the dog? Well, you're not. I might for sick men, but not for them. But the captain is sick. He can't walk, protested Nindman. And besides, there's all our food and the records to carry in yet. Well, he can swim then for all I care, replied Collins defiantly. And as for those records, carry 'em ashore yourself. I won't, I didn't ship to be treated like a common sailor, and you can't make me. Suit yourself, mumbled Nindman uncertainly, for Collins was after all an officer. He turned to the Chinese cook. Get underway there, Sam. Poor Sam, with his feet benumbed from constant immersion while bailing, staggered toward the water, then collapsed in the mud, unable to rise. The quartermaster dragged the inert Chinaman back on the beach and deposited him at Collins' feet. Get me a fire started here then, Collins, and see maybe if you can thaw him out before I get back, ordered Nindman. I'm going for the captain, and he plunged into the icy seas. Where's Sam and Mr. Collins? Asked DeLong anxiously when Nindman, much behind the others, returned to the boat. Anything wrong? They're all played out, lied Nindman glibly. So I left 'em to make a fire for us when we got back ashore. Poor devils, muttered the captain sympathetically. You should have left somebody with 'em, Nindman. Oh, they'll be all right soon, Nindman assured him. Besides, I needed here everybody, and in that he was right enough, for it took 3 trips with the seamen slithering through mud and water to get all the baggage ashore through that 1.5 miles of broken ice, and it was completely dark when Nindman at last gathered what crew he had left round the lightened boat and attempted to work it ashore. But even lightened to the utmost, with nothing but the 3 incapacitated men and the doctor left in it, half a mile from the beach it stuck finally in the mud and they could get it no further inshore. The wind freshened, bringing a blinding snowstorm, blotting out everything. How to get the invalids ashore was now a problem. In the slimy and uneven footing through the shoal water they couldn't safely be carried. There being no other way, one after the other, Boyd, Erickson, and DeLong were lifted over the side of the cutter by Dr. Embler, and stood up in the knee-deep water on their frozen legs. Then, each held from falling by a seaman alongside, the 3 sufferers partly stumbled, were partly dragged in the falling snow across that last half-mile through the broken lane of ice to the shore, while following them, Alexei, the Indian hunter, with Snoozer over his shoulders, brought up the procession, finally emptying the first cutter of its passengers. It was 8 at night and bitterly cold when DeLong and his companions, ashore at last on the desolate beach, joined his forlorn seamen crowding round the fire which Collins had started and which Noros and Gort soon built up with driftwood into huge proportions, the first bit of warmth the water-soaked men had felt in 5 days of frigid Arctic weather. But it was of little comfort, Beneath the snow the ground was wet, and as the fire blazed up, it further softened the beach round about it, so the men trying to dry themselves before the fire soon found instead that they were sinking into the mushy tundra to their knees. "It's no use, men. We might as well turn in. Pitch the tents," ordered DeLong wearily, and soon the 2 tents were erected, a little shelter at least from the cutting wind. On the soft and snow-covered ground inside them, the wretched mariners stretched themselves out full length, for the first time since leaving Semenofsky Island, able at least to turn in lying down. More like stiffening corpses than sleepers, the exhausted men sprawled out in the snow, and soon as the driftwood fire died away, darkness and falling snow enveloped the silent tents, while only the whistling of the chilling wind kept watch over DeLong and his 13 worn companions, stretched out at last on Siberian soil, victors in a heroic retreat over ice and ocean to which the long annals of the sea, whether in the tropics or round about the poles, offers no parallel. Morning dawned, it snowed intermittently. Crawling from his tent, DeLong looked about. Nearby to the westward, flowing north to discharge into the sea, was a wide river. From the chart, this was evidently the river Osakta, the main northern mouth of the Lena, and close at hand should be Sagastir with its signal tower and a busy trading village. But with a sinking heart, DeLong, looking over the snow-covered tundra, saw that every evidence of civilization shown on his chart was completely missing: no signal tower, no village, no signs of river traffic on the Lena, not even the slightest sign of roving hunters. Petermann's vivid descriptions of traffic and of settlements at the Lena mouth were only the idle dreams of an unreliable geographer, as unreal as the Grecian myths of marvelous Atlantis to be found just beyond the Pillars of Hercules. On rescue at this point DeLong had based all his plans, figured his food supply, and savagely driven himself and his men far beyond human endurance to get here. And now at this long-sought goal, plainly evident to all hands, was nothing but disillusion and despair. Hobbling about him, trying to dry themselves before a new fire, were his worn and crippled companions, all hope gone from their haggard faces, all strength gone from their frozen bodies, through bleared and sunken eyes, watching him apathetically. DeLong beckoned to Ambler. "Do what you can for the men's feed today, doctor, while I sort over our stores. There's no hope of assistance on the coast. We may as well look this situation in the face, and prepare ourselves to walk inland to the nearest settlement." "And where will that be?" asked the surgeon anxiously. "At Kumark-Surk, 95 miles to the southward," replied DeLong. 95 miles, repeated Ambler in dismay. "Why, some of these men can't walk even a mile." "They've got to now," answered the captain grimly. "Get to work on our feet, doctor. Our lives depend on them now. Tomorrow they've got to carry us along." Aye, sir. But 95 miles over this tundra. In our state now, it's worse than that drag over the pack. We'll never get there. Some of us may, and we'll all try. It's our last chance. And it's up to you, doctor. See what you can do to save our feet." All day on one man after another, Surgeon Ambler worked with lint, with Vaseline, and with his scalpel, opening blisters, cutting away dead skin and flesh, gently massaging frozen feet and legs to restore circulation, and finally bandaging up. When evening fell, DeLong, Boyd, and Assam could hobble again. Even Ericsson, whom the long motionless hours at the tiller during the storm at sea had left with a far worse frostbite than anyone, whose 2 feet, stinking with festering sores, nauseated even the doctor as he worked on those horribly swollen and blistered lumps from which protruded black and feelingless toes, claimed to be improved and able to walk a little. While this, during a storm of snow, hail, and sleet, was going on, De Long ordered a cache made on the beach of the navigating gear, most of the cooking utensils, the sleeping bags, and other miscellaneous articles, so that the baggage to be carried was reduced to the clothes the men wore, the ship's records, 4 rifles and ammunition, medicine and surgical tools, blankets, tents, and their 4 days' food supply, consisting only of some tea and the unopened can of pemmican which should have gone to Chip, leaving a written record in the cache to direct anyone who might ever come after, searching for them. On the early afternoon of September 19, the ragged seamen shouldered their burdens and, dragging the expedition's records on their little sledge, set out under a bright sun over the snow-covered tundra for Ku-Mark-Surk, 95 long miles to the south over the trackless delta. It was a forlorn scene as De Long and his men took leave of the polar sea which for 2 years had held them prisoner. To the west flowed the Lena, a broad swift stream tumbling on its swirling bosom broken flows from further up the frozen river. To the north spread the Arctic Ocean, covered as far as eye could reach with young ice, through which, sticking up gaunt and bare, the only objects visible on its desolate surface, were the mast and the low gunwales of the abandoned cutter. To east and south lay the flat snow-covered tundra, and over this straggled the dismal caravan of the first cutter's crew, Iverson and Dressler dragging the sledge, Alexei out ahead to break a path, De Long following him with the Jeanette's ensign in its oilskin case slung across his back, and behind him the rest of the seamen staggering under their loads, with Lee, whose weakened hips frequently gave way under him, constantly falling in the snow, and Ericsson, Boyd, and Assam hobbling painfully along at the rear. It was terrible going, not helped much by a 15-minute pause every hour for rest. The snow-covered ground was swampy, with many ponds covered with thin ice and hidden under the snow, and into these pitfalls the men stumbled frequently, burying themselves to their knees in the mossy tundra beneath, and coming up with their leaking boots or moccasins filled, to plunge along again through the snow and the freezing wind, oozing a slimy mixture of mud and water from between their toes at every step. Big Ericsson could barely even hobble, hardly able to lift one numbed foot after another. At the second stop for rest, Ambler drew Nindman aside. "Quartermaster, can't you make a pair of crutches for Ericsson? His arms are still strong, with crutches, he'll make out better." "Yeah, Doc, but with what should I make 'em?" asked Nindman. "I ain't got tools no more." "Don't worry over that, Nindman," replied the doctor. "You've got a knife." He opened his medicine chest on the sledge. "Here, take my surgical saw. I guess if it'll saw bones, it'll saw wood all right," he finished grimly. Nindman got to work on some driftwood branches, and soon between sheath knife and bone saw, he had fashioned a fair enough pair of crutches, on which when the party resumed its journey, Ericsson swung along haltingly behind the crippled Assam. But for the worn and burdened seamen, progress was still snail-like. After another faltering advance, De Long halted the party and, deciding to lighten up still further, sent back Nindman and 2 other seamen with 1 tent, all the log books, the spyglass, and 2 tins of alcohol to stow them with the abandoned gear in the cache at the beach. This left to be carried or dragged by the men only De Long's private journals as a record of the expedition, 1 tent, some alcohol and medicines, the rifles, a cooking pot, and what little food they still had, together with the silk flag which De Long himself bore along. The second day thus, the party staggered on 4 miles more to the south. The going got worse, the straggling procession lengthened out in the snow. A brief pause to rest, and all hands once more got under way except Nindman, whose load chafing his shoulders, stayed behind to readjust it while the others started off through the snow. Having eased the fastenings of his pack as well as possible, the wearied quartermaster struggled to his feet and was hurrying forward to catch up with his mates when unexpectedly he stumbled over what, as he fell, he thought at first was a log half hidden in the snowy path, but which he quickly saw to be Ericsson, Prone on his face, while nearby, tossed into a drift, were his crude crutches. With a thumping heart, Nindman feverishly rolled his shipmate over on his back expecting to have to revive him, only to find instead Ericsson's snow-flecked blue eyes staring bitterly at him, and Ericsson's broken voice rising in a curse, "Go away, damn you. I want just to die here in peace." "Get up, Hans," pleaded Nindman. "You're not going to die, nobody is. Here's your crutches. Come along. I'll help you." Ericsson only shook his head, his eyes rolling in anguish. "No use, Nindman, my feet ban all gone. Even if you can go so far as Moscow, I tell you, I cannot go one step more. Go on. Let me die," and with a convulsive effort of his huge body, he twisted himself face down again and clawing feebly with his fingers, tried to bury himself completely in the snow. Frightened, Nindman jerked erect and shouted down the trail, "Captain! Hey, Captain! Come back," but so far off were all hands now that no one turned. Leaving his silent shipmate in the drift, the quartermaster, going as fast as the broken path allowed, hurried after them, shouting occasionally, till half a mile along he finally attracted DeLong's attention and stopped him till he could catch up, when he told the captain of Ericsson's plight. DeLong gritted his teeth. "Keep ahead, Nindman, till you come to driftwood, then build a fire quick and camp," ordered DeLong briefly. "Come on, doctor, we'll go back for Ericsson." Back rushed DeLong and Ambler till buried in the snow as Nindman had left him, they found the prostrate Ericsson. With some difficulty, Ambler turned him over, while DeLong pulled his crutches out from the deep snow alongside. The doctor took the broken seaman by both shoulders and started to lift him. "Let go me, doc," begged Ericsson, "it ban no use any more to help. My legs ban killing me. I want now only to Dykvik. Go away." "Get up, Ericsson," ordered DeLong in a voice cold as steel. "Here's your crutches, take 'em and get going down that road. Do you think I'm going to leave you now? Get underway. And when you can't hobble, I'll drag you. Up now, before I jerk you up." For a moment, Ericsson, lying in the snow, stared dumbly into the captain's inflexible eyes, then his habit of obedience conquered his suffering. Slowly he pushed himself into a sitting position and without another word reached for the crutches. With Ambler's assistance, he rose to his feet and then with both DeLong and the doctor behind him to see that he did not again lie down, he hobbled off down the path, each step undoubtedly an agony to him as his bleeding and tortured feet came down in the snow. And so, slowly and painfully they covered the last mile into the camp, where a roaring driftwood fire and a scanty supper of cold pemmican and tea awaited them. Before the fire, all hands steamed in front while they froze behind, and then stretched out on driftwood logs for a bed, hauled their sole remaining tent flat over the 14 of them and turned in. But between sharp winds, bitter cold, and falling snow, it was a fearful night for the 14 sufferers, shaking and shivering beneath the thin canvas, and no one slept. Through snow and fog again the party struggled southward along the river bank next day, with Boyd and Assam both improved, and even Ericsson, the captain's stern voice still ringing in his ears, doing a little better on his crutches. But with only 2 days' slim rations of pemmican left, and with each day's progress hardly a scant 5 miles over the snowy tundra, the chances of making the remaining 80 miles to Kumark began to fade. In the middle of the third afternoon, the party came to 2 abandoned wood huts by the riverside, the first evidence of habitation they had met in the Lena Delta, and gladly all hands entered. Inside the huts, reasonably sheltered for the first time in weeks from cold, from wind, and from snow, and with plenty of driftwood about so they could warm themselves at last, the men stripped off their soaked and ragged furs and stood about naked while their clothes dried before the hurriedly built fires. Dressed again, and with a tiny portion of pemmican and some hot tea for supper, the exhausted travelers threw themselves on the dirt floor, at last to catch some sleep inside a human habitation, primitive even though it was. No one any longer had a sleeping bag, only the patched and ragged remnants of the fur and cloth garments and the long since worn out boots in which 3 months before they had started the terrible journey over the ice from the sunken Jeanette remained to them. But at least there was a tight roof and solid walls about them, and it was enough. In a few minutes, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, thankful beyond description for so much shelter, all hands were sound asleep. But there was one exception. Shelter or no shelter, Eriksson, suffering the agonies of the damned from his mortifying feat, only tossed and moaned, waking the doctor. Rousing Nindman to help him, the surgeon seated the suffering seaman on a log before the fire, got his instruments and medicines, and then, while Nindman held the patient erect on the log, gently proceeded to unbandage his left foot, the worst one. As the last turn of the bandage came off, Nindman, anxiously watching, saw to his horror, all the flesh, dead and putrid, drop away from the ball of the foot, exposing tendons and bones. Startled, he closed his eyes, repressed a groan. But Ambler said nothing, only the slight compression of his lips indicated his despair. There was nothing medical skill could do. Quietly smearing a fresh bandage with Vaseline, he carefully bound up the foot again and put back Eriksson's stocking and his boot. "All done, Eriksson," he said reassuringly, "you can turn in now," and gathering up his equipment, Ambler, his heart torn by poor Eriksson's condition, hurriedly stretched himself out in the hut as far away as he could get lest his patient should start to question him. But Eriksson was not wholly ignorant of what had happened. Turning to Nindman on the log beside him, he asked, "Do you know much about frostbites?" "Yeah, Hans," replied Nindman, "at the first coming on, the flesh turns blue and then it gets black." The big Dane nodded, continued sadly, "When Doc took off the bandage, I saw something drop from under my foot." "You saw it too, Nindman?" "Yeah." Nindman, with one arm about his suffering shipmate to keep him erect, looked him squarely in the eye, and putting all the conviction into his voice that he could muster, he lied heroically, "No, Hans, there was nothing. You must be dreaming things. Don't try to fool me, Quartermaster, I tell you I saw it and so did you." Mournfully he gazed at his shabby boot, then sadly shook his head. "I hope you get home yet, Nindman, but vit me, it ban all done. Stretch me out now, you must sleep." But it being still early in the evening, after a brief nap, DeLong sent Alexei and Nindman out with rifles to hunt, the while the others rested and he took stock of the situation. Long and earnestly, as the two hunters trudged outside through the snow looking for game, the captain pondered. His recent chart, based on Peterman's reports and descriptions of the villages on the delta itself, he now knew was worthless. Only in the old Russian chart showing Kumark at the head of the delta and Bulun beyond could he put any faith. But with the nearest of these over 80 miles distant, it was hopeless to expect that his crawling party, making at best 5 miles a day, could ever get through on the 2 days' pemmican still left. And without food to sustain them on the way, the outside temperature, hovering around zero, would of itself in a few more nights in the open like the preceding one, quickly make an end of them. There seemed nothing for it except to stay in the huts where at least they had shelter and warmth and stretch to the utmost their few pounds of pemmican, eked out by poor Snoozer as a last resort, the while he sent 2 men ahead on a forced march to Kumark in the thin hope that he might keep his starving men alive till they returned with aid, in 2 weeks at the soonest if they found the traveling good, longer if they did not. What alternatives were there? He considered them. Ericsson, Lee, Boyd, and Assam were his drags on progress, especially the 2 former. If he left these 2, the others might easily double their speed of travel and reach Kumark and safety in possibly a week. But it would take at least a second week to get help back to his abandoned men. How could 2 helpless cripples without food, hardly able to crawl outside to gather wood to warm themselves, stay alive for 2 long weeks, perhaps more? They would soon, hopeless in the feeling that they were deserted, both lie down and die. As it was, only his constant driving, his apparently soulless harshness, and the lash of his stinging commands, kept them hobbling weakly along. Could he abandon them? Dispassionately he tried to consider it. On one hand, a far better chance for life to 12 men, certain death for 2. On the other hand, the strong probability that all would perish in that hut before relief arrived. Going on, leaving his cripples behind, looked logical. But DeLong shook his head. While he lived, he could abandon nobody to the loneliness of that Arctic waste, least of all the heroic Ericsson, who unrelieved through that terrible night in the boat, had clung to the tiller, safely steering them all through the gale, and now in the agony of his decaying feet, was uncomplainingly paying the penalty of his steadfastness. With a sigh, the captain decided to stay on in the hut, while he sent ahead for help. Who should go? Running over in his mind the physical condition of his men, he decided on Surgeon Ambler and Nindman, the 2 he felt who were most likely to get through. At 6 o'clock, Nindman returned, empty-handed except for a dead gull he had found. Eagerly the hungry seamen, roused by Nindman's entrance, crowded round while Assam plucked the gull, only to discover that the carcass had long since rotted. Sadly it was thrown away, and the disappointed sailors once more turned in. Alexei still was missing, but no fears were felt for him, and quickly, without exception now, the exhausted company sank into deep slumber. About 9 o'clock came a knock on the door of the hut and Alexei's voice rang out, "All sleep here." Immediately, sleeping heads lifted here and there over the floor as the door flew back and Alexei cried proudly, "Captain! I shoot 2 reindeer," and in staggered the snow-covered hunter bearing on his back the hind quarter of a doe. "Well done, Alexei," shouted the captain, leaping to his feet and kissing the startled Indian while all about men sprang up, almost smothering the beaming Alexei in hand clasps and in clumsy hugs. Immediately sleep was forgotten, the fires poked up, and that haunch of venison, cut in chunks, was roasting on a dozen sticks. Each man got a pound and a half, most of them, long before their meat was hardly more than seared before the fire, were gorging themselves on the raw flesh. With startling rapidity, it disappeared and hungrily his men looked toward the bloody remnant of that haunch, but DeLong, stowing it behind him in the hut, shook his head and ended the feast, leaving the party no option but to return to sleep, while only Snoozer, still gnawing wolfishly at the shank bone, remained awake. That changed DeLong's plans. Issuing only a very scanty ration of pemmican for breakfast, he sent Alexei and 6 men out in the morning to get the deer, while he concluded to spend that day and the next in the hut, recuperating the sick, and then with his 2 days' supply of pemmican still intact and the remainder of the 2 does for food on the journey, push on southward with all hands. And so they did. Warmed by soup made of the reindeer bones, fortified by deer meat, and rested by 2 days' inaction in the hut, the party set out hopefully on September 24 with 20 pounds of pemmican and 54 pounds of venison still left for food for 14 men and their dog, leaving a note and the captain's Winchester rifle, for which there was no longer any ammunition, as a record behind them. They tramped along the east bank of the river for 3 miles, resting hourly and making poor progress. Looking hopelessly at the broad stream still flowing unfrozen past him, DeLong sighed for his abandoned cutter, in which here with oars and sail, they might make fine progress even against the current. But the cutter was gone and wishes would do no good. However, they might perhaps make a raft and sail or pole that upstream, at least relieving their feet. So stopping the party, DeLong turned all hands to gathering logs out of which, using the sledge lashing for a fastening, a crude raft was finally fashioned at the cost of 8 hours' strenuous toil, on which at 5 p.m. they attempted to embark. But the river had ebbed meanwhile, and in spite of an hour's battle, it was impossible to get the grounded side of the raft afloat. In deep disgust, amid the suppressed curses of all hands at the result, and especially of Nindman who had done most of the work, the raft was abandoned, the loads picked up again, and the men, doubly weary now, staggered away southward, again to camp for the night on the open tundra, freezing on a few logs spread in the snow for a bed, to rise next morning after no sleep at all, stiffer and sorrier even than the night before. The next day's traveling was difficult beyond words, over snow and thin ice through which torn boots broke, to come up covered with a slushy mixture which immediately froze solid, soon making each man's feet as large and as heavy as sandbags, a grueling task to lift them, an endless labor to keep them reasonably cleared. By some miscalculation either in issue or in original weighing, but 8 pounds of deer meat was found remaining, all of which went for dinner. An afternoon of heartbreaking travel over an ice-coated bluff from which the piercing wind had cleared all snow, leaving it slippery as glass, brought them at night to a dilapidated hut, filthy in its interior, but nevertheless the freezing seamen, taking it for a godsend, stretched themselves promptly in the dirt inside, unutterably grateful for the shelter. A scant portion of pemmican passed for supper. With only 3 similar rations apiece left as the total food supply, the toil-worn men turned in, grumbling audibly for the immediate issue of the remnant of the pemmican, and DeLong began to fear open rebellion. Day broke inauspiciously. Before them, blocking the way, was a swift side stream, too deep to ford, with ice too thin to walk upon. DeLong, after examining all possibilities of crossing, ordered Nindman to build a raft to ferry over on, and Nindman, tired, hungry and bitter over the fiasco attending the raft of a few days before, went grumblingly at it. While he and his shipmates struggled with the logs and the single line they had for a lashing, DeLong, silently ignoring the none too well hidden signs of growing disaffection, went back to the hut. Outside the door, Ambler met him, pulled him aside. "Ericsson's condition is getting desperate, Captain. Both feet are worse, another couple of days and nothing in God's world can keep him on them." "All right, Doctor. We'll do the best we can," said DeLong resolutely. "Keep him going to the last minute, then we'll drag him. Meanwhile, I'd better keep an eye on the work on that raft." By 10 a.m. the raft was done, a crazy affair and not very large due to the lack of sufficient lashings. With Collins, Alexei, and Lee as passengers, and Nindman and Koch as ferrymen, it started over, amid voluble cursing promptly submerging all hands to their knees. But nevertheless it got successfully over to shoal water on the other side, where Nindman started to look for a good landing spot. "Don't waste time," shouted DeLong, "let those men wade ashore and hurry back with that raft." After considerable growling, audible even to DeLong on the other shore, the passengers waded off, and the 2 ferrymen paddled back. On his return, Nindman promptly started grumbling again about the raft. "What's the matter, Nindman?" asked DeLong. "The lashings are loose and there ain't enough logs to float it," said Nindman sullenly. "Well, you made the raft." Haul the lashing tighter then if it doesn't suit you, suggested the captain. But I hauled it already as tight as I could, protested the irritated quartermaster. That'll do. Curtly DeLong cut him short. Get more logs if you want them, tighten the lashing if you wish, but quit standing there. I've had enough of your grumbling. Shake it up, now. We've got to get on. Glowering at the reproof, Nindman, his nerves finally at the breaking point, glared a moment at the skipper, then turned and moved down the bank. A few steps off, facing the next gang of men waiting to cross on the raft, the stocky quartermaster clenched his fists, swung them wildly in the captain's direction and shouted, "I would sooner be along with the devil than be along with you. I wish I was in hell, or somewhere else than here, by Jesus Christ." Quietly DeLong looked from the little knot of men on the raft to Nindeman's circling fists, then in an icy voice, he ordered, "Nindman, come back here." Slowly the infuriated quartermaster approached his captain, to find a pair of cold blue eyes drilling into him. "So you'd sooner be shipmates with the devil than with me, eh? You'll find yourself in hell quick enough if you don't do what I say. What's the matter now?" Nindman quailed, his mutinous passion suddenly chilling before that frigid gaze. "Nothing at all, sir," he mumbled weakly. "Another word from you and I'll have you court-martialed," said DeLong coldly. "Now get up into that hut and consider yourself under arrest until I send for you." "Very well, sir," answered Nindman, and meekly he scrambled up the bluff to the hut, while the captain looked down at the men milling round on the raft. "Gorts! Lend cock a hand with those paddles. Shove off now." Aye, sir." Immediately the raft started its second trip. It was slow work. Not till 3 in the afternoon was the raft ready for the last load. Then sending Ericsson down first, DeLong peered into the hut at Nindman crouching before the fire. "Pick up your traps, quartermaster, and get to work again." Aye, sir," said Nindman obediently, and hastily gathering up his load, he ran down to the raft where for the last trip he paddled over and then, dismantling the logs to recover the priceless lashings, he looked expectantly up to the captain for orders. "Build a fire," said the skipper briefly. "We'll have dinner here and dry ourselves before moving on." They made 4 miles by dark, camped in the snow, froze as usual instead of sleeping, ate a skimpy breakfast, and with but a single meal left, the party was about to break camp, when far away Nindman spotted some reindeer approaching the river. Keeping everybody down, the captain sent Alexei and Nindman out with rifles. Circling 3 miles to get to leeward of the small herd of reindeer, the two hunters crawled cautiously along on their stomachs another quarter mile, pausing, with their very lives depending on their care, each time a deer looked in their direction, then snaking along again through the snow. At last, within 100 yards, they stopped, picked out the 2 largest bucks they could see, and at a word from Alexei, fired simultaneously. Down went the buck at which Alexei's Remington was aiming, but Nindeman's Winchester misfired, and before Alexei could get in another shot, the startled herd was off. Firing nevertheless, Alexei swung to the moving targets, but failed to hit again. Leaping up, the 2 men ran in to secure their prize and saw joyfully that Alexei had knocked over a fine buck, as large as both the does which he had previously shot. It took 5 men to drag him into camp, and there, all thought of movement suspended, the ravenous men turned to on frying deer meat, gulping down 3 pounds apiece before the captain finally called a halt on eating, and ordering his crew to shoulder the remainder of the buck, provisions for 3 days more, they got underway again in the teeth of a driving snowstorm. By the next afternoon, September 28, having spent the previous night again in the snow, De Long came to an empty hut on a promontory and looking off ahead, found himself trapped. On his right, running north was the Lena, before him, running east, was another broad river branching away from it, and neither one could he ford, nor after a diligent search, find any materials about of which to make a raft. Huddled in the dirty hut, his utterly tired men sprawled out before the fire, while Alexei scouted the river to the eastward for a ford, but found none. For 3 days, the ill-fated refugees were forced to remain in that hut, unable to move in any direction except back northward, while a gale outside brought heavy snow, and bitterly cursing their enforced inaction while consuming their precious provisions, they waited, hopeless of movement till in the increasing cold, the river should freeze hard enough for them to cross. And meanwhile, fearing Eriksson would get lockjaw if he waited further, Dr. Embler was forced to amputate first all his toes and then saw away a good part of the remainder of the unfortunate Dane's feet, leaving him with useless stumps on which it was hopeless to expect, even with crutches, that Hans Eriksson would ever walk again. The captain became desperate. He cut the issue of deer meat down to the limit, sent Alexei out in the blinding snow to hunt in one direction, Nindman in another, and Gortz and Cock with fish lines to see whether the rivers which were choking off their progress, might at least yield up a few fish to eke out their provisions. But except for one gull which Alexei knocked off a pole with a rifle ball, not a solitary bit of food did anyone get. Meanwhile, the problem of how to move Eriksson became acute. Finding a solitary driftwood plank, 6 inches thick and about 4 feet long, Nindman was turned to with a hatchet and the doctor's saw, which but a few hours before had been used on Eriksson's feet, to make a sledge on which to haul him, and by the night of September 30th, it was done. October 1st came and the Arctic winter descended on them in earnest. After a bitterly cold night, they issued from the hut to find the Lena apparently frozen from bank to bank. Cautiously, with the thin ice cracking ominously beneath them at each step, Alexei and Nindman scouted a path across, then one by one, with the men widely separated, to distribute the weight, the others crawled over, last of all Eriksson on his sledge drawn by 2 men some distance apart hauling on a long line. With all hands finally on the west bank without mishap, the party turned south and for 3 days struggled on through increasingly bitter cold, never finding any shelter, sometimes traveling on through the night because that was less of a torture than freezing while stretched out in the snowdrifts. The delta became a maze of intersecting streams among which De Long was wholly unable to locate his position on his useless charts. And a new horror was added to their others. Eriksson became delirious, and each time the shivering men halted, he raved incessantly in Danish and English, making sleep impossible even had the frigid nights otherwise permitted it. And then the food, except for tea, gave out completely, first the remaining scraps of reindeer going, finally the last hoarded bits of the pemmican, which for nearly 4 months they had dragged with them from the Jeanette, went for dinner on October 3rd. Without food the party staggered on from their dinner camp, De Long praying earnestly that some game might by a miracle again cross their path. But they saw none, and weak with hunger dragged their ice-clogged feet along, skirting the thin ice on the river edge where the going was easier than on the mossy snow-covered tundra. Suddenly De Long broke through and went into the river up to his shoulders. While he was being hauled out, Gortz plunged through to his neck and Collins was soused to his waist. A moment after they had been dragged back to the surface soaked to their skins, each was a glistening sheet of ice, with no help for it but to keep hobbling onward till evening, when still in the open, they camped by the river bank and, in the midst of a whistling gale of wind and snow, they huddled round a driftwood fire where the ice-coated sufferers endeavored vainly to thaw themselves out. There was nothing left for food for the wan and hungry crew except Snoozer. De Long, hoping to take at least this favorite dog back home with him, had clung tenaciously to Snoozer through thick and thin, kept him in the boat when the other dogs ran off at Bennett Island, saved him when the other seamen would have left him to starve or drown in the abandoned cutter off the Siberian coast, fed him from his vanishing store of pemmican when he had little enough to eat himself. But now, with his men starving about him, desperately needing food if they were to hold a little life in their chilling bodies, sentiment and affection had to give way. Sadly he called over Boyd and Iverson, told them to take Snoozer where no one could see them, kill him, and dress the carcass. So for supper each had a little dog meat, eaten with revulsion by everyone, but eaten. And then followed a night horrible beyond description. Ericsson's ravings mingled with the whistling of the wind. In the sub-zero blackness, the stupefied men, unsheltered from the driving snow, crouched about a fire from which they could get no warmth. In his wet and freezing garments, De Long huddled alongside Alexei to keep from freezing to death, while all about, shivering limbs and chattering teeth beat a gruesome accompaniment to Ericsson's groans as lashed to his sledge, as close to the fire as they dared put him, he alternately shrieked and moaned in delirium till finally he lapsed into a coma. Morning came at last, to bring the unpleasant discovery that Ericsson had somehow worked off his mittens during the night and both his hands were completely frozen, through and through. The doctor set Boyd and Iverson to work chafing his fingers and palms, endeavoring to restore the circulation, but it proved hopeless. Ericsson was now totally unconscious. Meanwhile Alexei had spied a hut a few miles off, and after a hastily swallowed cup of tea which constituted breakfast, the men hurriedly shouldered their burdens and dragging their unfortunate shipmate, moved off toward it, fumbling along through the driving snow and the intense cold for 2 hours, when, fervently thanking God for the shelter, they reached the hut and building a fire inside, proceeded to get warm for the first time in 4 days. Here, after a brief prayer for the unconscious Dane, read in a broken voice by the captain, the entire party, except Alexei, sank to the floor to rest at last. Alexei refused to rest. He had shipped for the cruise, not as a seaman but as a hunter, and now with his captain and his mates eating food, regardless